real superpower was already inside you. The Great Book of Melanin Research reveals 130 years of scientific studies conducted by governments around the world on you. This isn't fiction. It's real research on melanin uncovering its superconductive, photoconductive, cell-protective, and DNA shielding abilities. Yeah, they've known for over a century. Why don't you? Order now and get the exclusive Police Stop Law Package free. That's the Know Your Rights Manual, Constitutional Rights Card, Qualified Immunity Notice and Card, Police Stop Flashcards Volume 1 and 2, the Public Official Bonds Book. Learn how to hold them personally accountable. This is power in your hands, biological and legal. They studied you. Now you study them. Click the link. Get the truth. Get protected. The Great Book of Melanin Research. It's time you knew what they know.
Leo in the sky with the fire so royal, burning bright, never dim, yeah we shining loyal. Heart of a lion, gold chain on my chest.
Spinning, I'm just reading they flows. Look up, every sign got lines of its own. Raps
I rhyme like a constellation, bars in rotation, cosmic elevation, tap in.
Stars line up, let the bars go off. I read the sky, then I write it in a flow that's raw.
Because the universe always has bars. Level up your look at rapstrology.com.
Every day, high-stress encounters test the trust between communities and authority. Reactive systems respond after harm, costly and too late. KYRF is changing that. Our scalable legal literacy programs equip people and officers to know their rights, reduce escalation, and build lasting. Invest in prevention. Visit KYRF.org and join the movement to reshape public safety, city by city, life by life.
What it do, people? What's cracking on this early Saturn's Day? I'm a little bit early, about an hour early, because it's hot as hell in LA. Damn it. Trying to get in here for all this, for the sun gets to its highest peak, starts baking me up in this bitch. But shout out to you if you're here with me early, if you saw the notification, because I know YouTube be messing up. They unsubscribe subscribers, so make sure you're subscribed. That's one thing, but then also make sure that you hit the notification button, because we know YouTube is messing up. Also, let me know if my mic is coming in, because I have the giant fan funneling cool air from my back room. I only have one air conditioner in here, so I made the back room cold, so I'm funneling all of the cool air from the back to the front. So if you can hear the fan, if the fan is loud and it's messing me up, let me know. I'm not going to turn it off. I just want to know if you're messing. Sorry, I'm not going to turn it off. I just want to know if it's messing up the sound. But I appreciate y'all for showing up on this Saturn's Day, this hot ass Los Angeles Saturn's Day. God damn, it's crazy on this bitch. But shout out, what up, Mac Films, Immortal. What up, 9551? What's cracking? Excuse me. Wayne 18. What was it? What was that? Is that Wayne Neal? Is that how you pronounce it? Wayne Neal? What's cracking? Lester Ingram. What it do, bro? Summer Breeze. What's happening? Says Jadada Elohim. That's why I said JDTTA Elohim. I don't know how to pronounce that first one, but what's cracking? Tanky 316, what's happening? Riri, what's happening, girl? Let me see. JMG 8730, what's happening? Chaz McFly, what's cracking, brother? Chris Davis, what it do, bro? I got you, Lester Ingram. Karen Williams. What's happening, Karen Williams? What a girl. Let's see. Wayne Johnson said it's only 83. It's only 83 where? It's only 83 in LA? No, it ain't. Not in this old ass apartment building that's 100 years old. It's not. You tripping. And then it's been hot all yesterday. It's been hot all week. This damn building traps heat. So no matter what you think it is outside, it's hot as hell in here. And it's going to be like 90 today. So I don't care what you talking about. It's hot as a bitch up in here. But what's cracking? Got you, Chaz McFly, Karen Williams. Let me see. Wayne Neal, I got you. Summer Breeze, I got you. Ellison Gray, what's happening? What's that? Coon Catcher. That's hilarious. What up, Coon Catcher? He said 85 degrees plus a night. What you mean? Plus a night jack? What does that mean? 85 degrees plus a night jack. Hold on, I got one of my lights just went out. See if I can get it to come back on. Hold on 1 second, people. Shit. All right, I think I got it back. I was right in the middle of reading this. I got Amanda. Was it Amand the Creator? Amand the Creator. Okay, 93 in Orlando. Oh, hey, oh, hey. Me and you, baby, me and you. We burning up around this bitch. 93. US Blues, I got you. All right, people. All the early people. Y'all saw the notification early and y'all got in here. Had to get in here, get this out before it gets super hot. It gets hot, crazy ass hot up in here. So it even though it may not, even if it's like 85 in LA, because this building is old and it traps heat, it'll be burning up in this goddamn house, man. It's crazy. Like 3 o'clock in the morning, it's crazy. You'll walk around, we can walk around and you can see everybody's door open at 3 o'clock in the morning. Shit is crazy around this bitch. But what's up, people? Yo, if anybody ordered the package, all of your packages are gone. So anybody who ordered the deal that I had going for 4th of July and the week after, all of your packages, you guys kind of got me on that deal. When I do that deal, when I give you guys like pretty much everything, I don't make any money on those deals. So you guys kind of got me. That's why I only do those deals for 2 days. But everybody should have gotten an email that your package is in the mail. It's on its way. So if you're waiting, thank you for holding on. Some of the printers, they messed up some of the prints on the books. Took a little longer for the books to get here. So appreciate y'all for holding on, but the books are on their way if you haven't gotten them already. So thank y'all for holding out. And again, anybody else, you don't have to wait for me to do a sale. You can choose to support regardless if I give you a sale or not. But this is a sale because you get the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. You get the whole Police Stop Law package for free. This is like $200, everybody. Just so you know, like this is like worth a couple $100. The Police Stop Law package. If you bought this on its own, in pieces, it would cost you like a couple $100. So giving it to you for free because I need you guys to know the law. So you get the Know Your Rights manual. You get the new one. Bam. The new Know Your Rights manual right there. And the new Public Official Bonds book. We got the new one. They just came in. So everybody who got yours, bam. These just came in. And I sent yours out. So, bam, if you ordered this, and it's pretty big. This is bigger than the regular books. I don't know if the light is kind of shining on it. You can see that right there. But, bam, book is off the chain. And the new information in here, I don't know if you can see this as Public Official Bond and Insurance Tort Claim Risk Management Directory. So, remember I told you that all of the insurance companies or the cities, states, and municipalities, counties, they have turned themselves into insurance companies. This is why it's hard for you to find the bonds or insurance on public officials, because they stopped using insurance companies and turned themselves into insurance companies, and they didn't tell anybody. So anybody, just so you know, anybody can become an insurance company. So they did this, and so this is where all of the bonds and insurance is hidden. So in the directory, bam, you can't see. I don't want to put it too close because I don't want y'all trying to copy my shit. But bam, you can see the lights are. This is the directory back here. This has all of the insurance companies, the cities, states, and counties that have turned themselves into insurance companies, all right here. And then in the back also, it has the lingo, all of the the stuff that you're supposed to go through, the language that they use, stuff like that. So you can't use stuff like, let me give you an example. So hold on, that's the template right there. So so an example of like the old language would be like you using individual surety bond, personal liability policy, insurance company, and claims payout record. Those aren't the terms. This is what you would usually look for if you were going to look for somebody's claim. Those aren't the terms that they would give it to you under. They have a whole different language. And I'm not about to tell you on this damn live stream. You got to buy the book. Sorry, baby. You got to buy the book. Or, again, you can get the Great Book of Melanin Research, this hard copy. Bam. And you get the whole police stop law package for free. You also get the new constitutional rights cards. This lets police officers know what your rights are and what happens when they violate your constitutional rights. And this right here is a qualified immunity. Hold on, I have to take down one of the take down something from the studio. So this is the qualified immunity card right here. What's happening? If it hurry up and loads, the card is not loading for some reason. Oh man, come on. Are you serious? So StreamYards is messing up once again. Hold on. I hate when this does this bullcrap, man. You want to mess up while I'm in the live stream. Thank you. Appreciate that. So whatever it is, it's still not letting me bring it up. But we have the brand new constitutional rights card. I mean, the qualified immunity card that lets police officers know they lose their shield when they violate your rights. And you get them on camera when you warn them that they're in danger of violating your constitutional rights, because the law states that they lose their qualified immunity when they knowingly violate the law or are plainly incompetent. So when you get them on camera breaking the law and you warn them, hey, excuse me, officer, you're about to violate my constitutional rights, you should check up on that first before you do anything else. And then they proceed anyway to violate your rights, then you got them, especially when it's on camera. So I don't have the qualified immunity card. It's not popping up, but this is the old one right here. This is the old qualified immunity card. Plus you get you can also get the civil rights constitutional rights card right there. And these are dope right here. People like these. People love these actually. So you just have to let me know that's the one you want instead of the other one. And then we have the qualified immunity notice that lets the police officers know the law that's behind your statements when you tell them they're in danger of violating your constitutional rights. Well, this is the law that backs that up right there. So, and then as well, we have the ICE rights cards for all the people, Hispanic speaking people out there who rights are violated by the ICE. So you can get this right here as well. So I don't know why my qualified immunity card is not popping up, but bam, you get that all when you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. Remember, you get the new stuff though. You get the new. Damn it. Man, this thing is messing up today. Damn StreamYards. StreamYard is full of shit today. So, bam, you get the new, as you can see right here. Bam. All right, everybody. Let's get into it. Also, everybody, remember we got the goal today. We have the goal. Everybody will know we have a goal for the week, the donation goal for every week, baby. So appreciate you guys for supporting with the donations. Let me see. Oh, Sharif Finley, appreciate you. Thanks. She already got it going with 25. Thank you for Sharif Finley. Let me give you some love.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, Sharif Finley. Anybody else? And also Charlie J. Scott. Appreciate you, bro. Man, thank you, Charlie J. Scott.
May the force be with you.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys for supporting every week. Got us up to 75. We're at 75 for the day. Thank you, guys. All right. And everybody else, you can donate at Real Nagas for CashApp, Real Nagas, the number 9. And or you can, I got Venmo and all the rest of it. You can do PayPal as well. But the best way to support is to go to realnagas.com and get this great book of melanin research. That right there. That is the best way to support right there. Also, while you're there, when you get the whole police stop law package, you get a t-shirt. Give you one t-shirt. You don't get 3 like before, but you do get one of the Rapstrology shirts when you get out there and support. So again, we have the 3 shirts, and people have been buying shirts like crazy this week. So shout out to the people who've been in the Rapstrology store buying shirts. Shout out to you. But we have Rapstrology 1. This is the single MCs. These are just the MCs, regular MCs right here. Well, they're not regular, but volume 1, volume 2, and volume 3. And then we have Rapstrology Groups, volume 1, Rapstrology Groups, volume 2, right there. And then we have the Gods of Gods. You can order this one as well. This only comes with the order of the Great Book of Melanin Research. You can get this. You can order this one in the store, but you can only get this one with the Wu-Tang symbol if you order the Great Book of Melanin Research. I don't sell this in the store. You have to order the book, and you get it for free. All right, everybody. That's the best way to support, and I appreciate you guys for supporting. But you do have to support, because right now, you know who hit me up this week? Evian Water hit me up this week. Who else? Red Bull hit me up this week. And wait, who else was it? Somebody else. Red Bull, Evian Water, and somebody else famous. An Instagram camera company hit me up. So y'all want me selling y'all some cameras? Y'all better gotta start supporting up in this bitch. I may do it anyway, god dang it. Just so I can get a free camera. The camera is dope that they want me to sell y'all. It's a dope little Instagram camera, some type of Insta something. It looks dope as hell. They say you get to keep the camera even if we stop the promotion. Really? So, hey guys, you may see me doing a goddamn camera commercial soon. But I don't like promotions. I don't like doing promotions. That way I can be as free with you guys as possible. I don't have to edit any of my the reports that I do, because I like to bring it to you in the way I like to bring it to you. So if people are promoting, then usually you have to kind of edit your language for, to make it suitable and palatable for their product. So I don't want to do that. So y'all better get in here and start supporting. Riri, appreciate you, girl. Thank you for the super chat.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, guys. All right, everybody. Let's get into it. So, started off. So, after we were applauding the Senate last week for backing out of the NDAA, excuse me, that's the National Defense Authorization Act, which was going to slide in Section 219 that was going to merge the United States military, really the intelligence, the military intelligence. They were going to merge military intelligence with Israel or Israel's military intelligence. And basically, it's in game when that happens, because America would eventually become reliant on Israeli technology, as well as they can't back out of the deal unless America can exhibit an existential threat coming from Israel that would warrant the backing out of the deal. So unless you can come up with a good ass reason, bitch, we in this forever. They like Cephas and Reezy. What was that on Living Color? When them two old people was together, what was it? Cephas and Reezy? We still together. what was that? Wasn't Cephas and Reezy, was it? Somebody put that in the chat. Who was the old couple on Living Color when they kept saying, and when they always was fighting, and they was always arguing and fighting, and then they would turn around and say, but we still together. Who was that? Yo, real quick. Oh, Wayne Hicks, brother, appreciate you, man. You say stay sucker free. Appreciate you, bro. No advertising. That's what's up, man. Let me give you some love. Thank you, sir.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you, bro. Always hooking me up every week, man. I appreciate you for sure, man. Let me know what's up, man. I give you some free love up in the store, in the real Naga store, man. Let me know what's up. Hit me up on the I know you're in class. Be in class tomorrow. Let me know what's up. I'll give you some love in the real Naga store. But I appreciate you, bro. He says, stay sucker free. Boy, Evian Water they be coming at me. Red Bull was like, bruh, you don't want to promote with us? We Red Bull, man. I was like, you sure is, ain't you, Red Bull? You give brothers wings, don't you? I'm just saying. Just saying, Red Bull kind of tempting. Everybody asked me last week, what's your price? Red Bull may have my price, everybody. I'm just kidding. I don't think I can promote that bullshit. Don't know now. They hit me with a good price. But thank everybody for supporting. Appreciate you guys. Who was it? Was it Cephas and Reese? No, it was Cephas and it was Cephas and Reese. Okay. I thought it might have been another skit, but it was Cephas and Reese, and we still together. So that's Israel. Israel and the United States is Cephas and Reese. That's basically who Israel or America is with is Israel. Cephas and Reese. And ain't never letting go. He says they will try to control your message eventually. Yeah, talking about promoters. Pretty much. Yeah, they will. So the juicy run America. The juicy. That's what we call him. He said the juicy. That's hilarious. So check this out. It sucks, man, because we were almost out. They were working towards getting out, and then I guess somebody put the clamps down on the politicians and said, look, if y'all don't pass this damn bill, videos and pictures just might make their way to the public screen. You know what I'm saying? Right on social media. You and what you was doing, whatever you was doing on your little freaky weekend, hey, I ain't got nothing to do with it. But the American people may feel some way about that. You know what I'm saying? You and a couple of chickens, and what's that? There's a guy. You got what you was doing with a kimono dragon? Why you got chickens, a kimono dragon, and some ferrets? Nigga, what? I don't even want to know what you was doing that weekend. However, the American people might find it interesting. I mean, chickens, a kimono dragon, and some ferrets. I mean, goddamn, my nigga. I heard a freaky, but look here. You may want to pass that bill. You know what I'm saying? Or kimono dragon chicken is going to be getting onto the social media. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, bro. I don't know how it would get there. I'm not going to do it. But somebody might do it. That's what was going on with the politicians. Nigga, kimono dragon chicken. Like, nigga, wait a minute. How you know about the kimono dragon and the chicken? And the wait, you know about the ferrets? How you know about the ferrets? Hey, bro, don't ask me nothing. Ask me no questions, I tell you no lies. So that's what's gonna happen. They're gonna find this nigga fucking around with some ferrets. They already got that. They're gonna show the pictures of politicians fucking around with ferrets. And that's gonna be a wrap. That's a rap-ola. This is politician freak-offs. Yep. Straight up. What happened with the Epstein files? Yep. But again, everybody, I told you, the Epstein files that they have released already, you can go on justice.gov/Epstein. That's where you can go look all the files. Look at all the files. Justice.gov/Epstein. You can go there and then scroll down to the search bar, and you can type in anything in the search bar, and whatever's in the Epstein files, if it's in there, if that person's name is in there, if anything, type in jerky. Go to the Epstein file page and type in jerky, just that word jerky, and see what come up. All the baby jerky and all that shit they was doing. See, these niggas fucked up. Nobody went to jail. Nobody been prosecuted. Nothing. You got baby tappers and baby eaters and killers and all that in charge of America. And you wonder why the world hates America? They call you the Epstein class, the Epstein country. So this is what's been going on. And America is, oops. Now, again, I'm torn on this because, of course, we don't want we hate Vitriol for doing what they're doing, killing babies. However, Vitriol may be performing a valuable service of taking down white supremacy. Because that's part of their goal is to destroy America. You destroy America, you destroy white supremacy in the world. So now they want to destroy themselves doing it also, because white supremacy and Jewish supremacy go hand in hand. However, they destroy America, they destroy white supremacy. Yeah. You be the judge. But check it out. You be the judge.
All right, another piece of news. So, of course, on Tuesday afternoon, the rule vote passed, which would have, which permitted Section 19 to be voted on in the House. So, Thomas Massey, unfortunately, the rule passed just now, and no debate or vote was allowed on Section 219, integration of U.S. military technology and supply chains with Israel's. The NDAA will receive a recorded vote tomorrow with Section 219 in it. I'll vote no. Well, his vote was not enough. House passes $1.15 trillion defense bill, tees up billions more for
1.5 trillion. $1.5 trillion for the goddamn military. What is that for? That's for Vitriol. We don't need that goddamn much money. $500 billion is more than most countries spend on their military around the world. 500 billion, just the 0.5 is more than most, if not all, of the countries around the world spend on their military every year. But you want another trillion on top of that? And then the Pentagon can't even pass audits. When they come up with audits, the Pentagon can't pass these bitches. So that just means that $1.5 trillion is gonna come up missing somewhere, and the Pentagon's gonna be like, "Oops, sorry." Just like they didn't pass the other two audits when they lost $2 trillion one time and then $2 trillion the last time, $2.5 trillion the last time. So this is gonna be another $2 trillion. They're just gonna be like, "Oops, what happened?" Shit, I don't know what happened. I want to know too. Let me tell you something. I want to know what happened too. That's all I'm saying. Excuse me. They be like, "Nigga, I want to know too." What happened to that money? That's a good question. Like, nigga, you don't know what happened to that money? I do not. I do not. So this is what's happening.
Iran war. Now, the Washington Post, I did a word search here. They did not mention Israel or 219 in this article. This has been something that has been talked about a lot online. It's been viral and trending on Twitter several times over the past couple of months. But mainstream press does not give this much attention. But this is a little bit of a complicated story, so I think it's useful to read a little bit of this anyway. The House on Wednesday passed its $1.15 trillion defense policy bill and advanced the measure to help cover the rising costs of the Iran war, with Republicans steamrolling Democrats who argued that Congress is failing to restrain the Trump administration's expansive use of military force. The results represent a collapse of what is normally a large bipartisan coalition that advances the annual national security legislation, one of the last reliable areas of consensus in Congress. The defense policy bill passed 216 to 212. 6 Democrats supported the measure and 7 Republicans opposed it. The budget resolution would help appropriate $73 billion in additional funding for the Pentagon and intelligence agencies, largely to cover the cost of the Iran war. It advanced by a vote of 216 to 214, with no Democrats in favor. Both measures face a difficult path to becoming law, however. Congress has never failed to pass the National Defense Authorization Act, but the Senate's version of the defense policy bill has stalled as Democrats argue it does nothing to rein in the administration's foray in Iran. Without a deal that can clear the chamber's 60-vote threshold, Republican leadership may skip a separate vote in the Senate and begin negotiating a final version of the NDAA passage for later in the fall. The differences between the House and Senate versions of the bill must be resolved before the legislation can advance to the White House. So final vote for the NDAA today, which tragically merges our military technology and supply chain with Israel. Let's hope this version fails in the Senate, because Section 219 is a betrayal of our sovereignty. So you saw 209 Republicans voted yay, 7 voted nay, 6 Democrats crossed over and pushed this over the top. So without the Democratic support, it would have failed. Then again, without the Democratic support, some of those Republican votes may have been yay votes. They all play this game where they see if they can afford, on the margins to take a so-called principled vote, which is really more a symbolic vote than anything else. So the NDAA, which has Section 219, was not a strict party line vote, almost a strict party line vote, but you had 6 Democrats vote yes and 7 Republicans vote.
So check this out. So this is basically what happened. Yo, P from the B. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the super chat. It says, remember Hansel and Gretzky? You mean Hansel and Gretel? Witches, the children, they aren't wearing robes in the woods for fun. Ah, that's true. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the super chat.
May the force be with you.
So what happened was when they voted, and real quick, we're up to hold on real quick. And Christopher Banks, thank you for the Cash App. Appreciate you. Thank you, Christopher Banks.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me. Trying to see where we're at on this. We're up to 220. I think we're up to 222 for today. 242 for today. So thank you guys for helping me reach the goal. We're not there yet, but appreciate you guys for donating. So what's happening is when you get a vote in the House, there's 2 types of votes. There's the there's the rule. So if you watch Distinguished Gentlemen, they actually broke this down in Distinguished Gentlemen. You should man, I'm telling you, go back and watch all the old stuff that was breaking shit down in the 90s, 80s and 90s. That was breaking stuff down about the government. That shit is real. But Distinguished Gentlemen was breaking down how government actually really works. So shout out to Eddie for that. He got in there and really broke down how Congress works. And so then they were talking about, do we vote on the motion or the rule, and the rule or the motion and all? So it's a lot of stuff that seems confusing. And then, so basically you have 2 votes. You vote on the rule, and then you vote on the final passage of the bill, right? So the rule is, does the bill, if you vote no on the rule or yes on the rule, you're voting to whether the bill comes to the floor for a final vote. So if it gets defeated at the beginning on the very first vote, meaning the rule vote, it doesn't even come to the floor for the final vote. So what happens is, you see right here, it says, so all the Republicans voted for this shit. Fuck the Republicans. The Republicans they trying to sell out the country. They not trying. They done sold it out. They're the ones with the Komodo dragon ferret pictures and the videos. They got the Komodo chicken dragon ferret pictures. All the Republicans. They're the ones trying to keep it hidden. So, but then you see most Democrats voted no, right? Because they know now most of these Democrats, they still take money from vitriol, but they can vote safely no because they know that all the Republicans are going to vote yes, right? So I can look good to my constituents voting no because I know all these bitch ass motherfuckers are going to vote yes, even though I would vote yes if I had to, right? So then it comes down to, it said that how many Democrats voted. And so it was 6 Democrats voted with the yes, right? And then 7 Republicans voted no. But the 7 Republicans didn't vote no on the initial vote, the rule. They voted on the final passage. Only Thomas Massey, man, it's a tragedy, honestly, that the government is losing Thomas Massey. Goddamn, that motherfucker, he's the only real one in Congress. He don't take no shit, no money, no nothing. He only doing this because he believes in the people, America. He really that motherfucker. He is that dude. And he's the only one who voted no on the rule. While all these people who voted, you see these were 7 Republicans right here who voted no on the passage. They could vote no on the passage safely, knowing that 6 Democrats were going to vote yeah and take their place. So basically they just swap places. So the 7 Republicans, they can be like, yeah, we voted no. So they can look good on TV because they knew the 6 Democrats was going to vote yeah. This is how this bullshit goes. So all of them are bought off.
Vote no. The 6 Democrats who voted yes, big surprise, all big APAC recipients. Henry Cuellar, with research as always, who indicted 24 and then pardoned Donald Trump. He voted yes. And of course,
his thing starts messing up real quick. So she's actually about to break it down. She breaks it down really good.
What happened? I cut out for a second.
But she's just going to tell you what I just told you. So we don't need to replay. We don't need to replay everything she just said. But she's going to say she breaks. So she went on Twitter and broke down everything I just said. But again, if you watch Distinguished Gentlemen, you would see that. That's right, everybody. Make sure I've been forgetting to tell you this for a long time now. But make sure you take your shoes off when you enter my dojo. God dang it. Ever since I've been doing these, I switched up my the way I do the live streams. I've forgotten to tell you guys to hit the like button. That means take your shoes off when you enter my dojo. You guys should know this already, but for the new people, don't disrespect the dojo when you come up in here. Hit the like button. That's how the algorithm picks up these videos. Also, that hype button, whatever that hype button is. Again, I still don't really understand it, but if you hype the video within the first 7 days, that's how it gains traction on YouTube. So hit the hype button, hype it up. And so basically what happened also, why this deal went through is because, hold on one second. So basically why the deal went through is, so remember last week, they voted to take Section 19 out of the NDAA, right? So that's what the senators did. So now this time, what happened was when it went back to the House, so that pushed it back to the House. So the House had already passed it. Then it went to the Senate. Senate says, no, we're not fucking around with 219. We're not going to do Section 219, which merges the military, intelligence, right? So then it goes back down to the House. Then the House put in a provision that said you can't vote out Section 219. So the second time around on this vote, now you can't vote out Section 219. So it's either all or nothing. You have to vote all or nothing on the NDAA, period. So now it's either you vote for vitriol, merging with America, or the military doesn't get funded. See, nobody wants to get seen as voting not to fund the military. So they all will vote and act like, oh, I did it for the military. I did it for our American soldiers. They need us. They need us. Well, why are you sending them to fight for a country that's not in a treaty that we have no treaty with, that America has no benefit from the fighting. We get no benefit from that fighting whatsoever. So why are you sending them over there if you're all about the military and the soldiers? So obviously that's bullshit. So hold on, let me get to the part where she breaks it down after that. So check this out.
All for show Democrats who crossed over and voted yes. So same game, same game. All for show. People look like they're taking principled stands when they're really just counting votes in the room and seeing what they can afford to do. The most courageous time to vote against something that you think is as threatening as this NDAA is, especially with Section 219 in there, is to vote no on the rule, vote no on the whole package, so that it never comes up to a vote in the first place. By the time that gets through, the beans are already counted, and it's all theater at that point, is what she's saying, and I think she's right. But here's Ron Paul on the NDAA. They don't make them like this anymore.
Big vote because it's new, it's different, it's negative, it goes against our sovereignty. We can think up a lot of reasons why we shouldn't even be thinking about this. And it sort of destroys the whole notion of individual national sovereignty. So that's going to be a vote. A lot of people will be watching that vote today.
Yep. And here's Tucker Carlson wishing that we had people who cared as much about our country and our government as the Israelis in government care about theirs.
To a single American leader this honest, hopefully not this evil, but leaving moral judgments aside, this honest, this direct. When was the last time an American leader said anything that straightforward in public ever? It never happens. And this laser focused on his own country's interest. Now, that's a criminal country that's committing genocide. You don't want to be that country, obviously. But you would like leaders who are willing to say unapologetically, I'm in this for my team. Meanwhile, the entire House of Representatives, every Republican but 7 today, minutes ago, just voted to merge the U.S. military, the $1.5 trillion a year U.S. military with the tiny reserve force, IDF. Does that help us? No, of course it helps them. Merge American intelligence, the 19 intel agencies, with Mossad. What? Of course. Basically a humiliation ritual. Whatever you want, Israel. If it hurts us, that's fine. Actually,
this means you will have no rest. If they're able, if Mossad is able to invade American intelligence, first of all, America already been spying on your ass for decades. NSA, the FBI, the CIA, all these damn agencies have been spying on you for the longest, right? The Homeland Security, all these people. Israel or Bitchreal will have access to all of these files now. So what's bad about this is all of the dissidents in America regarding Israel, the backlash that they're getting for killing up and blowing up babies, they're getting a whole lot of people who are turning on Bitchreal, right? So they need to be involved. They need to be embedded into the society so that they can figure out who are the dissidents, who are the counter voices, who are the people who are talking shit against us, so that we can jump on that immediately. See, this is what they're of the philosophy, stomp out. As soon as you see something smoldering, you go stomp it out. If you see smoke somewhere and you don't let it catch fire, you go stomp that little smoke, you stomp it out. So this is what they're going to do. They're going to find all the little smoldering embers that are the people, the dissidents against Israel in America, and go try to stomp them out when they have access to the intelligence. That's what they want. They're going to have access to the flock camera shit. Do you want Bitchreal having access to flock? Like, think about that. You want Bitchreal having access to flock? Hell no. That's going to be some bullshit. If Bitchreal gets access to flock, it's over. So, says, you know the deal, Kev, when they so-called vote on it. Yep. It has already been in action covertly. Yep. And they so-called, voted. We voted, guys. We took a vote. You weren't there, but we took a vote. And we decided, in your interest, but we decided for you that Israel is good. Okay? How about that? Israel's good. Israel's good. They fucking all this mind control. Israel's good. After a while, you start speaking that shit. Israel's good. Israel's good. Come on, say it with a little more. Israel's good. You start speaking the shit, and you start just become a Stepford man or what is the Stepford motherfuckers? I have old references to old TV shows and movies, everybody, because first of all, the newer shit that's on TV sucks. All the good shit was back in the past. So if you don't recognize the Stepford reference, sorry. But for those who do, you know what I mean when I say you one of the Stepford motherfuckers. It was called the Stepford Wives. That was the name of the TV show or something like that. And them chick, yeah, the Stepford Wives. There you go. US Blues, us Blues. That shit was them chicks was crazy. Them chicks was nuts. So, like I said, now you guys let me know. Again, I say, vitriol. The thing that they're doing is they have to take out America in order for vitriol to rise, right? That'll never happen. Vitriol will never rise. They're too hated in the world, so the rise of vitriol in the world will never happen. There's too much negative energy coming back at them. That karma is too great. They have no shot. However, they still need to take down America in order for them to reach the top. Or, the idea of the American government as it is. America will never die. Too many people here. But it can be revamped. And they need to take it down as presently constructed for them to have power. So, if they take down America, they take down Caucasian supremacy in the world. Is that a good thing? I want y'all to let me know in the super chat and the comments. Is taking down vitriol, or vitriol taking down America, is it a good thing that it will be destroying Caucasian supremacy? Even though it's gonna mess us up. Let's just say this: if they take down America, it's gonna be some fuckery in America for a while. But is it worth it to take down Caucasian supremacy around the world? Because we got a whole bunch of that going on. The Nolan Wells case, the Carmelo Anthony case. About to have some more news on another case today. So, okay. He said, Jelani says, no. No, don't take down America. Okay. He says, no, don't do it. You want to save America? You want to save it? Even though the Caucasian supremacy is deeply rooted, and as long as that exists, you're never going to truly get a fair shake. Like, okay. He says there will be repercussion. You're right. There will be. America will have to go through a bad time for a while, but sometimes you got to go through sickness to heal, to get your body better. You got to, when you're working out in the gym, you break your body down so that you can get stronger. That may be what America has to do in order to cleanse itself of systemic white supremacy. It's in the system is embedded with white supremacy, Caucasian supremacy. Now, conscious and unconscious. What is the unconscious white supremacy? It's just unconscious bias. You just feel comfortable around people who look like you. So when people are choosing for positions in these high companies, corporations and stuff like that, they just naturally automatically choose someone who they feel that they would feel comfortable around. Somebody who they have been around their whole lives. Melanated people, we do that shit too. So again, but it is still supremacy. It is still pale supremacy. I don't like to call it what we call it. Not Caucasian supremacy, but pale supremacy. That's what it is, because most of those people aren't of the same, ethnic background. The only thing that they have in common is that their skin is pale. And they know that they feel more comfortable around people with pale skin than they do with darker skin. And the people with paler skin usually gets the positions in the job, whether they're better or not. That's why DEI had to come in, but it really didn't. DEI started to fuck everything up and push everything to the opposite end, the opposite polarity, where niggas are just getting jobs in positions now just because of who they were and how they look. None of that shit is good. So this is the fuckery. Roger Roche, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, brother, for the super chat.
May the force be with you.
What's up, Kevin chat family? He says Stepford Wives based on my ex-wife and her 4 sisters. Unfortunately, Cray son. He said his Stepford Wives is based on my ex and her sisters. Hey, bro, you funny as shit, bro. Y'all didn't see the Stepford Wives. Them some crazy bitches. They was like robot bitches or some shit. They was crazy as hell. They moved to this town, the corporation, I think, made a town. It was like, if I remember, it came out when I was a kid. So I think if I remember correctly, this corporation created a town for their employees. And then like apparently like their employees was like they got all married or some shit. And then the wives, though, they were like products of the corporation. Now, if I'm getting it wrong, please let me know. That's how I remember it. And I was a kid. They were products of the corporation, but they was like robots. They were like fembots or some shit like that. And then they started killing the husbands or some shit. It was crazy. But again, you let me know. Back to my major point is bitch real taking down America. Is it a good thing that also pale supremacy will be taken down with it? And do we want that? Again, you guys let me know. Game time decision. You guys let me know. But appreciate you, Roger Roche. We're up to 250 for the day. Thank you, man. All right. So let's get back to it. Speaking of bitch real, they just passed the law where only the death penalty, or they didn't have a death penalty before, but they just passed a death penalty law in bitch real. But guess for who? Guess who? There's only certain people who get the death penalty in bitch real. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Here it is.
Garland Nixon hanging here, standing in for the one and only Jimmy Dore. Jimmy's on vacation, and I'm here hanging out with Kurt Ben Gavir. That's right, that man who is a paragon of sanity, a man who we all stand in reverence to.
Yeah, like the Gavir tree, that childhood book I had, the Gavir tree.
Yeah, he is actually, we watch a video of this guy. You know, this guy, well, that's it. Okay. So you may not understand that, and neither may I, but it's very, very important. And if I can ever figure out how to get this thing the hell out of here, I'll explain it. Let's go here. Ben Gavir, Itamar Ben Gavir, is posting videos showing off the execution chamber where he will exterminate thousands of Palestinian hostages.
I mean,
imagine Hitler broadcasts the videos of his gas chambers to guess.
So the death penalty has been enacted in Palestine and in Israel, but only for Palestinians, criminals, not anybody else. If you are an Israeli person and you kill somebody, no, you don't get the death penalty. But Palestinians, they can get the death penalty for a myriad of things. That's crazy, man.
Gas chambers to go like this. So we have Itamar Ben Gavir, the guy. One thing you might know about him, he's in
gas chambers,
charge of like internal security. And so he has like masses of people who wander the street with guns, like burning down falafel stands. And some guy standing there leaning up against his car. Hey, what's going on? I'm a Palestinian. You shoot him between the eyes, burn his car, and destroy the whole community. That's this guy. And now he's like, guys, I got something really awesome. What is it? Right here's my execution chamber. Because in it,
hold on, let me get to the.
We've got,
anyone, not just Palestinians, but definitely them, but not just them.
So that is democracy. If you really think about it, we're fair. nobody has rights here. They give one group rights and nobody else gets them. Here, nobody gets them at all. So I guess that's good. Some additional commentary from the thought leaders of our greatest allies, pictured below. I guess that $38 billion we committed to send down the Israel rat hole from 2019 to 28 doesn't buy that much love from Judeo-Christian Brotherhood. The Huckabee and Cruz can't shut up. Such unappreciative sentiment from the Israeli welfare queens who have been sucking from the U.S. teat since 1948 seems oddly misplaced. Let's see what they got. There's Itamar Ben-Gvir. I think spitting at Christians is not a criminal case.
So this is what they do. This is what they do. This dude right here, because they spit on Christians in Israel, and they be trying to act like they're not a religious state. And they don't persecute other religions or other people who don't look like them, who practice other religions. And so in Israel, they spit on Christians. And he said, I still think spitting at Christians is not a criminal case. Israelis spitting on Christians is an old Jewish tradition. Nigga, if you spit on me, if I went to Israel, I would fake like I was a Christian. I would fake like I was a Christian. I would walk down the street, nigga, with my whole Christian outfit, get up, nigga. I'd walk down in a Christian jumpsuit. Fucking Jesus Christ jumpsuit. Nigga, I walk down that bitch. I walk down the goddamn street holding a big ass cross. Nigga, praying that somebody spit on me, nigga, because I would beat the living shit out of them with that cross. Nigga, this is how we get down, nigga. I am the retribution of the Lord. Lord says, I am retribution, bitch. And I would beat the snot out of that motherfucker with that cross in the street and ask somebody who else wants some in the name of Jesus. It's all in the name of Jesus. So come on up, bitch. Somebody who else wants some? Nigga, step on up, bitch. Oh yeah. You spit on me, nigga, you gonna get the wrath of hell and God and Jesus. Nigga, you spit on me. That is the ultimate hell no disrespect. You spit on me, nigga? Just so we're clear. You can die from somebody spitting on you. You don't know what they have that you may be allergic to. A cop was spit on a few years ago. The person who spit on him spit in his eye. Spit on nigga, some of the spit got in his eye. The perpetrator had meningitis. The cop got meningitis and died. Like all fucked up in his eye and shit. Nigga had all kind of complicated nigga shit. Nigga died because the goddamn suspect spit on him. So don't ever let anybody spit on you. First of all, just for it being the ultimate sign of disrespect. But you can also die from that shit. So, bitch real. True to form, evil as fuck. Evil as fuck. I mean, damn. You enact the death penalty only for Palestinians, nigga? Only Palestinians. They're the only ones worth death. These niggas is crazy, boy. God damn. I mean, there's no cutoff. I'm gonna show you why, though. There's a reason to this. We're gonna get into this one Israeli chick. She made a video that I just happened to find, and she broke it down. Then the other thing, I didn't get this video. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see if I can get it. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here we go. I got it. Check this shit out. So these niggas, not only did they enact the death penalty, they plan on feeding prisoners to crocodiles. This shit is crazy. They want to feed the prisoners to crocodiles.
I just don't feel like the...
Actually, let me go back. This is a better one.
Shifting our focus now, Israel has approved a controversial rule change that could pave the way for crocodiles to be used as part of prison security. Environmental Protection Minister Idit Silman has reclassified crocodiles from wild animals to captive bred wildlife, allowing security agencies to keep the reptiles under specific conditions.
prison security. So they're gonna have a moat. This is basically Game of Thrones. They're enacting Game of Thrones. They're gonna have a moat with crocodiles around the prison. Go ahead and try to escape if you want to, bitch. You see that crocodile right there? You see, hey Reggie. That's his name, Reggie. His crocodile's name Reggie. Hey Reggie, you hungry, my nigga? You hungry, Reg? Reg said, "Come on down, baby." Hey Reggie, you about to get fed in about what you about to escape? What give it about 30 minutes, Reggie. That's what they got crocodiles. Like this is the goddamn medieval times. They don't see any, and then we're gonna show this to a second too. I'm gonna show you why they think the way they think. This is the major reason why they think the way they think. But they don't think this is a problem. They can do stuff like this and they just don't think this is a problem. But there's a reason for that. But this is crazy.
Shifting our focus now, Israel has approved a controversial rule change that could pave the way for crocodiles to be used as part of prison security. Environmental Protection Minister Idit Silman has reclassified crocodiles from wild animals.
Sorry, guys, I was laughing over that, so you couldn't hear it. But let me, because that joke is funny. He said, "Yep, Lake Placid. Yep, they about to put a goddamn prison in the middle of Lake Placid." That's a dope ass movie. I love that movie, man. You gonna make me go watch that movie right after this damn shit. You about to make me go watch Lake Placid. But Lake Placid was a dope movie. But that's exactly what they're doing.
Shifting our focus now, Israel has approved a controversial rule change that could pave the way for crocodiles to be used as part of prison security. Environmental Protection Minister Idit Silman has reclassified crocodiles from wild animals to captive bred wildlife, allowing security agencies to keep the reptiles under specific conditions. Now remember, this move comes months after National Security Minister...
Excuse me? You want to stop this whole goddamn live stream, don't you, partner? We happy his bitch ass got the fucking... We held a parade for that bitch ass nigga. We didn't want him here in the first place. Kick rocks, nigga. Get your bitch ass, lil bitch. Lil bitch James, lil bitch ass nigga James can get his ass on. And now he's about to ruin Philly. And it shows you the obsession he has with Kobe. He went to Philly because that's Kobe's hometown. This nigga can't get Kobe out of his mind. Kobe is renting space in his head rent-free. Kobe is all up in that nigga dome. This nigga's all on Kobe's job. So we glad that he go. Ungrateful. Ungrateful what? For a goddamn championship this nigga won at a gas station? The gas station championship? This nigga won he won a championship at a gas station along with some goddamn Red Bull and some now laters. This nigga got a pack. He got some now laters and some Red Bull with his championship. But see, you got me off my goddamn game. I'm talking about crocodiles, and you got me off my game. So let's get back to the crocodile. Here we go.
Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir had proposed surrounding prisons with crocodiles to deter escape attempts. Ben-Gvir welcomed this decision in a social media post, sharing an AI-generated image of himself holding a crocodile on a leash with this caption. Israeli media, meanwhile, reported that the minister intends to deploy crocodiles around Ketzior prison in southern Israel, where many Hamas militants captured after the 7th October 2023 attacks are being held. The proposal, inspired by Florida's so-called alligator Alcatraz immigration detention facility, had previously drawn opposition from the Israel Nature and Parks Authority. The new regulation, signed into law on Wednesday, transfers oversight of captive bred crocodiles from the Israel Nature and Parks Authority to the designated security bodies, including...
Look at that! Security agents, security agencies to oversee captive bred crocodiles. Nile crocodiles may be bred for security purposes. Safeguards in place to prevent animals from escaping. So they're just, trust us, guys. The crocodiles won't escape. We promise. Okay? We promise the crocodiles will stay in the moat. You trust us, right? Get the fuck out of here. If you don't get your bitch ass out of here, the crocodiles are going to stay where you put them, huh? Okay. What's your bet on the first, on how long it'll take the first crocodile to escape and eat a civilian? Because that's going to be their karma. Because they want this, a crocodile or a bunch of crocodiles is going to escape and start eating a whole bunch of people. That's going to be their karma. How long, you guys tell me, how long do you think before the crocodiles escape and start eating up everybody in Israel?
Israel Prison Service. Under the rules, Nile crocodiles may be bred and kept if authorities determine they are needed for security purposes and provided safeguards are in place to prevent the animals from escaping into the wild. As per Israel's Channel 13, the changes have been met with ridicule by several prison service officers when Ben-Gvir first floated this idea last year. The rule change has reignited that debate over the use of animals for security and the government's increasingly hardline approach to prison management.
Yo, they crazy, man. Bitch real is crazy, bruh. Bitch real is crazy. They want to feed your ass to the crocodiles. Like, nigga, this is Indiana Jones. Some shit. The fuck? Wait a minute. Did you say, are they kosher crocodiles? Y'all got jokes. Are they kosher crocodiles? Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my God, that's funny. Is it eco-friendly? Hey, y'all fucking hilarious, bro. That is funny. And hey, everybody, remember, don't forget the best way to support is to get out there, realnagas.com, and hook it up.
For over a century, they observed you, measured you, questioned what they could not explain. Reports were written, then filed away. Findings whispered in academic circles, yet never spoken in classrooms. Knowledge stored like a secret, visible but never illuminated. But the silence only lasts so long. Eventually, truth resurfaces. The great book of melanin research opens the door to what was gathered and concealed. Decades of studies, global reports, and scientific notes that reveal more about identity, culture, and human design than they ever expected. This is not myth. This is not speculation. This is the record they left behind. A record meant for anyone but you. Order today, and the Police Stop Law Package becomes your free companion. A guide to protection, awareness, and grounding in the world you navigate daily. For a century, they studied you in silence. Now the silence breaks, and the knowledge returns home.
You heard him. Get out there, realnagas.com, order the great book of melanin research, that hard copy, get the whole Police Stop Law package. Oops. Whole Police Stop Law package for free. Look it up, man. The new Know Your Rights manual. The new public official bonds book. I done broke all the secrets. I found it. There are no more secrets. They cannot hide the insurance or the bonds anymore. I found where they hide them, everybody. That's a wrap. I got addresses. I got amounts of bonds or insurance. I got the the websites. I got the contact numbers and people. All of it. All of it is in there. Of all 50 states. All 50 states. So right here. And then, you know, you get constitutional rights card, qualified immunity card, as you saw right here, the qualified immunity card. Dang it, man. Qualified immunity card and the notice. This is the best way to support Real Nagas right here. Get out there and hook it up. Also, you get the free, you get a free Real Nagas or Rapstrology t-shirt with that. This is funny right here. This somebody said, if you escape, are you free? They need to make that like maybe they need to make it like, what was it, Ninja Warrior? It was called, what Ninja Warrior was called, what was the damn show called? It was American something. American Gladiator. It was called, so American Gladiators was first. Anybody remember American Gladiators? That may be a little bit back in the day for y'all, but American Gladiators, they need to make the escape from crocodile prison like American Gladiators. And if you win, if you escape, you get for you free. I agree with this right here. I agree with you on that one right there. Make it like American Gladiators. If you escape, you free. Thank you, King Lemuel Productions. RealNagas.com. Get out there, order. Make sure you support. All right, everybody. Moving along. From the crocodiles. Crazy. They trying to feed niggas the crocodiles over in this. These niggas is crazy, boy. They like a cartoon. But we found out the main reason that they do this, though. There's an actual reason that this lady, she broke down of what happens, why they think like this. So she goes deep, and she's Israeli, I think. Excuse me, I think she's Israeli, but she goes heavily into their culture and what they believe. So check this out.
Israelis aren't just settlers in Israel. They're moving, and Israelis aren't.
So this is showing how they're trying to populate the entire world. They're trying to colonize the entire world, and they're doing it subversively. So they go here, drop off a few people here, and because they have the most money out of mostly anyone in the world, as far as ethnicities, collectively, because then they stay together, so they funnel their money together. They can go and do stuff like this. So all around the world, especially in these Asian countries, they're going over there and they're buying up a little land here, buy up a little land there, and before you know it, you see a whole bunch of them versus like 2 and 3, then 10, then 20, 30 families. Then they start buying up so-called, then what they do is they come in there and drop a whole lot of money in these places, right? So you get used to their money. And then they start embedding themselves into the local politics, right? As far as councils, city councils and stuff like that. So that they're able to push laws through that make it more palatable for more of them to move there. So she's about to break down. This is their plan, though. This is how they do shit. Their ultimate goal is to populate or colonize the world.
Just settlers in Israel. They're moving and colonizing the world.
Parts of their town are being taken over.
Pushing local limits in Thailand. Zionist territories in the north of Cyprus.
From backpacking trails in South and Southeast Asia.
Soldier are backpacking, disappearing to the world.
The quiet European mountain towns, you'll find Israelis. We've mostly seen them take 2 forms. The war criminals fresh from service.
Then they go to detox in India.
And the liberals fleeing what they claim is a failing democracy. On the surface, they couldn't seem more different. But watch how they move through the world, and you can see how Zionism produces a particular relationship to land and other people. One that is exploitative and violent, and that is not limited to Palestine. Between the two, one shows us how settlers act, and the other, how they think. For decades, tens of thousands of young Israelis have been going to South and Southeast Asia every year. It's a rite of passage for recently discharged soldiers known as the Big Trip. See, when Jewish Israelis graduate from high school at 18 years old, most of them are required to serve in the occupation forces. And after spending 2 or 3 years, many Israelis take months off afterwards to backpack, party, do drugs, and find themselves. India is one of the most popular destinations. So popular that Israelis have their own backpacking route, the Hummus Trail.
Places such as Dharamkot, Old Manali, Bashir.
They got their own backtracking trail through someone else's country called the Hummus Trail. Are you kidding me? It's so many of you come over here now, you created your own trail and named it after hummus? Nigga, what? Are you kidding me?
And Kasol have nearly half of their population of Israeli nationality.
Street signs in Hebrew, cafes serving fresh falafel and shakshuka.
One town called Kasol has been nicknamed Little Israel. Institutions like Chabad and others have also set up shop on the trail.
He's one of a number of rabbis sent from Israel, the United States, and Canada to help young Israeli tourists traveling in this land of gods and goddesses to stay in touch with their Jewish roots.
An Israeli who runs a Jewish cultural center in one of the villages said, quote, "There's something in India that allows for wild freedom, like the Wild West. a sense that they can do whatever they want, be that smoking weed, driving without a license, or making noise.
See, they can do whatever they want. They just feel this. This is how they raised. Listen to this.
In this land of gods and goddesses to stay in touch with their Jewish roots.
An Israeli who runs a Jewish cultural center in one of the villages said, quote, "There's something in India that allows for wild freedom, like the Wild West, a sense that they can do whatever they want, be that smoking weed, driving without a license, or making noise. This is what they seek here, and many of them do exactly that, moving through communities across the region as though the usual rules don't apply."
और कई ऐसे कैफेज हाईलाइट हुए हैं जो ओपनली इंडियंस को एंट्री डिनाई करते हैं.
Locals say their livelihoods are under threat from Israelis working on tourist visas and running businesses without permits.
Some Israeli tourists are said to leave rented motorcycles on the roadside when gas runs out. Of all foreign visitors, only Israelis have managed to build a religious center where they hold parties and celebrations.
So they just leave rented when they rent motorcycles and run out of gas, they just leave them on the ground in the road, in the middle of the road. They've created their own religious centers in other people's countries. They've created their own religious centers in these other people's countries, but they're supposed to be just visiting. You don't live here, you're just visiting, but they created their own religious centers. See, this is how they do it. Then they start to commune, they get together, and then they start to work together to overcome and overtake that population. This is how they do shit. They create a central hub where they get together, they can go over their shit, plan everything out, which they call a temple, their temple, or whatever their religious hub is. And then they do this type of stuff.
This town is completely overrun with Israelis. I'm talking 3-to-1 ratio.
Alongside reports of several businesses illegally run by Israeli citizens.
Smoking weed in hospitals, barring ties from certain businesses.
They said an Indian town, he said it was completely overrun with Israelis. 3-to-1 ratio towards the people who live there. 3-to-1. You're getting out populated by the Israelis in your own space, 3-to-1?
Businesses, hotels, and public spaces. Wait, they've been barring Thai citizens from places in Thailand. How does that work?
Listen to that. Look.
Public spaces. Wait, they've been barring Thai.
Barring ties from certain businesses, hotels, and public spaces in Thailand. They're in Thailand, barring Thai citizens from their own. Are you what, boy? In Thailand, their national sport is Muay Thai. I'd be whooping ass. I would be whooping Khazarian ass around that bitch with my national sport.
Citizens from places in Thailand. How does that work?
Obnoxious tourists come with many passports, and towns accommodating foreign visitors exist all over the world. But with Israeli tourists, there's something else at play. The disregard for local law, the entitlement, the disrespect. Where does all this come from? To understand the tourist, you have to understand the culture that produced them. One of the most important words to understand in Israeli society is friar, usually translated as sucker.
You see, in Israel, being a friar.
Listen to that. Friar means sucker. I want y'all to really pay attention to this part of the video. The word friar means sucker, right? So this replace the word friar with sucker. That means that's very big to them. The word sucker, meaning a dumbass, gullible person, idiot, who can get who's put a pushover, basically. Right? This is what they think. Now check this out.
You have to understand the culture that produced them. One of the most important words to understand in Israeli society is friar, usually translated as sucker.
You see, in Israel, being a friar doesn't just mean you're easily fooled. It's more about missing the chance to cut corners, dodge rules, or get ahead by any means necessary. In a society where bending the rules is often seen as savvy, being a friar means you're the one who plays it straight, and that's not. So being the sucker means you play it straight. If you play it straight, you're on the straight and narrow, you the sucker. Like, nigga, what you doing? You got to cheat the game any type of way you can, bitch. That's how you get ahead in this motherfucker. What? That's their philosophy. That's their embedded core philosophy is nigga cheat until you can't cheat no more. If you playing it on the straight and narrow, you a dumbass. What the fuck is you doing? This nigga, you trying to follow the rules? Get this nigga out of here. This nigga trying to follow the rules. Get this bitch ass nigga out of here. Holy shit. Not a compliment. In fact, being called a friar is one of the worst insults out there.
Join the back of the line. لا عليك اخبط بابا ماني شفته. No, never saw him. شفت. You threw my shirt on the floor.
There doesn't seem to be shame about exploiting someone else. The shame is in allowing yourself to be exploited.
The shame is not in exploiting someone else. It's in allowing yourself to be exploited. You are supposed to be aware of everything that goes on around you to where you are not exploiting. Someone doesn't take advantage of you. You're supposed to be on your game, basically, is what they're saying. Nigga, if you on your game, I wouldn't be able to fuck you over like that. It's not me, it's you. Look here, nigga. How the fuck was I able to get over on you like that? Huh? Because you trusted me, right? But that means you wasn't doing your due diligence in vetting who I was. And if what I was saying or who I am is of an utmost top tier character. Sucks for you. That's basically it. Sucks for you, my nigga. My Goyam, excuse me. My Goyeezy.
Mentality is so ingrained, it has another name as well. The success method.
So I have a tiny dog named Lily, and I like to go in here.
There doesn't seem to be shame about exploiting someone else. The shame is in allowing yourself to be exploited. That mentality is so ingrained, it has another name as well. The success method.
So I have a tiny dog named Lily, and I like to go on errands with her. When I went into my local Supersol grocery store, they told me that I had to hold her if I wanted to come in. So the next time I went there, I looked for the person that told me this. When I couldn't find them, I turned around like I wanted. So
hold on, let me slow it down so you can hear what she's saying, because she's talking a little bit fast.
what was a tiny dog named Lily?
Another name as well. The success method.
So I have a tiny dog named Lily, and I like to go on errands with her. When I went into my local Supersol grocery store, they told me that I had to hold her if I wanted to come in. So the next time I went there, I looked for the person that told me this. When I couldn't find them, I put her on the ground like I wanted. So what was I doing that's just so Israeli? It's called Shitat, which translates to success method, meaning doing what I want until someone tells me otherwise.
Okay. Wow, the success method. And this is a philosophy with the Khazarians. The success method is doing what you want until somebody else tells you otherwise. There's another term for it in America. We call it what's the term? It's better to ask for forgiveness than for permission. That's the phrase we understand it as over here. Better to ask for forgiveness than for permission. Meaning, don't cut yourself out of an opportunity because you had some type of moral conundrum going on in your mind. Like, nigga, have the experience and then figure it out later after you have the experience. That's the core of that philosophy, the core belief of that philosophy. So that's what they believe. Like, nigga, do what you need to do until somebody tell you can't do it. Like, nigga, what the fuck? Nigga? What the fuck, nigga? You got, nigga, do what the fuck you need to do that you want to do until somebody else tell you don't do that. And then you go, sorry, sir. I didn't know I couldn't do that. Remember the Dave Chappelle? It's the Dave Chappelle shit when he got pulled over with his white friend speeding. And he goes, you were speeding. Slow down. You're speeding out here. And he goes, sorry, officer. I didn't know I couldn't do that. Well, now you know. Moving along. So that's what the Khazarians are about. Sorry, officer. I didn't know I couldn't do that. Yo, wait real quick. Kwame Stevens, appreciate you. So you got the books, they come separately. They don't come from the same place. I don't send them. I don't send the t-shirt. You think I got a t-shirt factory up here in my little ass apartment? You look at this shit. You think I got a t-shirt factory in here? Them t-shirts came from somewhere else. That's why you got the t-shirts first, and the books will be there in the next couple of days. You should have a tracking number, so you can look and see where the books are in your tracking number. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't send the t-shirts and the books from the same place. The t-shirts come from another company. So appreciate you though, man. Since you got the shirts, let everybody in here know how the shirts look, bruh. Don't come in here complaining. Come in here, drop some goddamn, drop some love in here. I got the shirts and they look dope. You could have came in here and said that too, my nigga. You could have did that. Come in here with some positive energy, bruh. Appreciate you though, man. I'm just messing with you. You know I'm just messing with you, man.
May the force be with you.
So here we go. So again, the success method. Now you see what their core belief is. Do what you want to do till somebody tell you you can't do that. This is crazy, y'all.
You want to see how I'm getting in without just standing all this time?
The assumption is that there's no harm in trying to push a boundary. And if nobody stops you, you've succeeded.
Did you hear that? There's no harm in pushing a boundary. And if no one stops you, you have succeeded. This is their philosophy. There's no harm in pushing the boundary. And if no one stops you, hey, it's all good, my nigga. It's all good, baby. It's all gravy, baby. So, holy crap. That means if blowing up babies was once considered taboo, let's just test that. Let's just push the barrel a little bit. Let's just see what happens. Let's blow up blowing up journalists. Yeah, that was considered taboo at one point, but let's just blow them up and keep blowing them up. Let's just see what happens. You know, they're gonna cry, but we own enough media and enough politicians of governments around the world that we can kind of put a clamp on the backlash to where it can kind of just be an undercurrent in society. And then if it just kind of passes through, we win. Just a little bit of backlash. That's okay. All right, we expected that. But if we take the hits, still keep rolling with the punches, and we get it through, hey, baby. That's what they're doing with this goddamn Section 219. They know it's goddamn considered treason. It is considered the biggest debacle whatsoever to merge your government with another government, because you may fight that government in the future. You don't know if you're gonna always be friends with that government. What if y'all become enemies in the future? Now they got all your goddamn intelligence. They know how all your goddamn military, all your armory works, your military, but what's the word I'm looking for? Your ammunition, basically, is your armory. I can't think of the word that's slipping my mind right now. But they know how all your shit works. They know where you keep everything. They know the weaknesses in your technology. They know everything. Now you can never become their damn enemy, because they'll just take you out the game. We don't get access, or America doesn't get access to their intelligence like that. It's only Israel gets access to America's intelligence. Just crazy. Munitions. Thank you. Munitions. Yes, they get access to all your munitions, and you get access to none of theirs. So this is crazy. Push the boundary. Again, you heard it. The success method. Push a boundary until somebody tells you to stop. It's crazy.
Today, more than 700,000 Israeli settlers live in the West Bank and East Jerusalem.
We can see this philosophy clearly in Palestine, in the relentless expansion of settlements, and in the continuous testing of what the world will tolerate.
See? Continuous testing of what the world will tolerate. Like, they know merging governments is bullshit, but let's push that line a little bit. America, we own all of the America. We own America. So there's no better time to push this boundary than right now. When we own the nigga in the White House, we own everybody in Congress. We even own some of the goddamn people on the Supreme Court, but we're not going to let that be known. What better time would we ever have to push the boundary of merging our two governments? Basically, a parasite attaching itself to the ass of America for permanently. That's crazy. That's what they're doing.
Pushing these boundaries requires a violence that doesn't remain confined to Palestine. It travels with the settlers.
Go to Gaza with genocide, you do. Fuck you, motherfucker. Okay.
Yo, best habitual line steppers. Shout out to Charlie Murphy. Yes, they are habitual line. Hey. Thank you, Dexter. That is the perfect. Yes. Shout out to Charlie Murphy for creating it. But yes, they are habitual line steppers. Yes. God damn.
That's my money, okay? Build your country. Oh, wow. Okay.
The residents of Shark.
Did you see that? My money made your whole country.
Your country. That's my money, okay? Build your country. Oh,
wow.
Okay.
The residents of Shargao Island reported unruly and rude behavior from a group of Israeli tourists.
A pro-Palestinian flag hanging outside a cafe in Siargao. A group of Israeli tourists allegedly destroyed CCTV cameras, threw rocks, and violently assaulted the owners.
There's a hostility and
they went to another country and went to a cafe that was flying a pro-Palestinian flag and beat up the goddamn cafe owners and tore up the goddamn cafe in someone else's country. Man.
aggression so similar across all these clips. One that seems to exist in another form in the colony as well.
Excuse me, I ordered shakshuka.
Oh, and what is this?
Pizza.
What did you order?
Shakshuka.
And what is this?
Pizza.
In Israel, we don't say, excuse me, do you know where my coffee is? I've been waiting a while. We say,
there's this image that Israelis seem to have of themselves, that they're direct, they have chutzpah. Aggression being seen as confidence isn't accidental. For centuries in Europe, Jews were stereotyped as weak, pale, and frail. Early Zionists internalized that image, speaking with contempt about this old Jew, and calling instead for a new Jew, one of a muscular Judaism, who was powerful, assertive, and strong enough to colonize Palestine. The contempt for weakness ran so deep that many Holocaust survivors were looked down upon for, quote, going like lambs to the slaughter.
Wow.
Israel.
They were shitting on the Holocaust survivors, saying y'all was some bitches. I wouldn't have got marched to no damn oven. Y'all some bitches. Y'all should have fought back. Boom, boom, boom. That's basically what they did to the survivors. So their whole thing is, all right, we're not going to be weak like that, marched to the slaughter like that anymore. We're going to create this giant air of super masculine confidence within our culture that we can destroy anyone who steps to us. We can just smash you. That's going to be our mentality from now on. No more weakness. You ever see that little kid? That little kid that used to be the I think he used to be like a little trainer. He was like a little kid. He used to train his little homies. And he was like from the Philippines. I mean, not Philippines, but he was like from the Caribbean or something. And he would go, no weakness, no weakness. He would train his little kid homies, little 7-year-old, 8-year-old little niggas. He be out there, no weakness, no weakness. That's vitriol. That's them. They the little kid with the no weakness. So, goddamn. So I go watch the rest of this because it's a really dope video. We can't watch the rest of it. It's just like 30 minutes long. But go to this channel, Uncivilized. Here, I'll put the link in the chat so you guys can go watch. You guys can go watch the rest of this video. But as you see, now you see their mentality. What they call it, the fry or whatever, what they call it, fried or whatever the hell that shit was. Basically, you a sucker, friar. That's what it is. Friar. You a sucker. And then what was the other thing? The success rule. Push the line. Be a habitual line stepper until somebody cut your foot off. That's basically what they're saying. Be a habitual line stepper until somebody cut your foot off. Whoa, that's crazy. And we have to, and not we, but America has to deal with that shit. I don't put myself in with the government. You shouldn't either. United States has to deal with that shit. So moving along. So there was a report that the flock cameras. So remember that you're talking about how a lot of these governments or municipalities were pushing back against flock cameras by letting the contracts expire. So then I talked about Los Angeles. They were one to let the contract expire. Then I think another state or another, I think it was state or city, whatever, Ohio, whatever, somewhere in Ohio, where they let it expire. But Flock said, we'll do it for free. So they allowed the flock cameras to keep going, even though they were doing it for free. So there was a lot of backlash going on about these flock cameras. There's a whole lot of backlash. So everybody started coming out about the flock cameras. But then this dude, James Lee, he was like, why is there so much backlash about the flock cameras? Is the flock camera backlash, meaning people talking about they don't want to live in a police state, is that backlash? Is it a PsyOp? Because it was only against flock. All you saw, it wasn't, the backlash wasn't against a police state per se. It was against about, you know, being recorded and filmed everywhere you go and all that, which essentially is a police state. However, the terms wasn't used. The term police state wasn't used and all that type of stuff. So, you know, it can be set up with other companies, but all you heard was flock. Flock this, flock that, flock you. Flock you, mom. Flock me, flock you. So he came up and he found this, and I was like, oh, okay. That's what's up. This was a big PsyOp for something else. Here we go.
Okay, in 2015, Jeffrey Epstein partnered with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak to invest in a security tech startup called Reporting Homeland Security, now known as Carbon. Yes, Jeffrey Epstein and Israel is a part of this story, as they usually are. Okay, so if you guys remember, at the end of my mini doc about flock surveillance cameras, I was telling you guys about a hunch that I had that something more could be going on. Specifically, I was asking if all of the viral anti-flock content that is blowing up on the internet right now could have been potentially astroturfed to facilitate the build out of an even bigger mass surveillance state. Well, let me tell you guys, I think I was onto something, because boy, do I now have a few receipts. First off, quick recap. Flock Safety is this company that makes automated license plate readers, ALPRs as they're called, which are these AI-powered cameras that capture and analyze images of passing vehicles, and they store these details like your car's location, date, time, many other things. And over the past 8 years, they've installed over 110,000 of these cameras across America. Most likely, you will find them in your neighborhood. And some are even alleging that these cameras, which they say only tracks cars, is also capable of facial recognition, and all of this data that's being collected is going into a massive national dragnet database. This is something that nobody voted for. Nobody's asking for these things to be installed, so I believe the backlash is real. Let me be clear. Flock is in serious trouble after massive backlash. The reporting is that at least 53 cities have ended their contracts with the company so far, according to a July 22nd article from Futurism. But the part I'm suspicious about is this hyper focus on one company when there are many others that make exactly the same kind of product. Check this out.
I'm also excited to announce that we are working with another industry leader, Ubiquia, to turn streetlights into smart ALPR and live streaming cameras. Without having to add a single pole in the ground, this partnership accelerates the and live streaming cameras.
So Axion, just so y'all know, Axion is the body cam, the police body cam company. So anytime you see body cam, the body cam companies or the body cam footage, that's coming from Axion. That's the company. Major company, multi-billion-dollar company.
without having to add a single pole in the ground. Into announced that we are working with another industry leader, Ubiquia, to turn streetlights into smart ALPR and live streaming cameras without having to add a single.
So they're trying to turn streetlights into surveillance cameras without you actually being able to see the camera. So the police state is still a popping, but they just switched it to another company. Axion is a bigger company than Flock. They've been around longer. So are they trying to shit on Flock? Trying to get Flock out of here? Get the Flock out of here. So Axion can come back on the back end and be like, hey, nigga, we can do that shit too. Hey, my nigga. Hey, government, player, we can do that too. Flock him. We got that shit too. So get the Flock out of here, nigga.
Pole in the ground. This partnership accelerates deployments and turns existing infrastructure into intelligent, interconnected tools for public safety.
That's what they always say. They always tell us that it is for our safety, quote unquote, public safety. And unfortunately, most of us fall for it every single time. That was, by the way, the CEO of Axon Enterprise. His name is Rick Smith. And Axon is this multi-billion-dollar company that makes things like police body cams, tasers, drones, in-car cameras, and also AI-powered cloud software for law enforcement, military, and enterprise security. And recently, in 2025, they announced that they are going to be expanding into what they call new fixed ALPR camera solutions and next-gen AI advancements, basically the same exact technology and products that Flock makes. Now, this is where the story starts to get interesting. When I was doing research, putting together the mini doc, I noticed a bit of a pattern where city councils facing public backlash would say, okay, we hear you guys, we will cancel Flock, only to then sign a new contract with Axon, including this example that you see here from Douglas County, which is the Denver area, where the sheriff's office voted to.
Wait till you see who's invested in Axon, in the Axon company. This is where it all comes around. Guess who's invested in the Axon company? Watch.
Replace Flock cameras with a $22.8 million Axon system. Flock to Axon, that's what we call 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. Another example is Syracuse, New York. Quote, the Syracuse Common Council on Monday voted to pass an agreement with Axon to install 26 new license plate readers. The 5-year agreement, which comes at a cost of $422,000, goes into effect March 1st. The city presently works with Flock for the same technology, but city leaders express concerns about the collection and sharing of personal information under that arrangement. I've noticed probably about 6 or 7 of these kinds of cases where cities are shifting from Flock to Axon that I know of so far. There are probably many more. So the big question is, what is going on here? Well, let's talk about who owns Flock and who owns Axon. Okay, on one side, Flock, you have investment groups like Andreessen Horowitz. That is Mark Andreessen's group, the Conehead guy. Further down the list, you see highlighted Founders Fund. That is Peter Thiel's group. Y Combinator below that, that is the group that used to be run by Sam Altman.
So Peter Thiel and Sam Altman are the back end of Flock. Peter Thiel and Sam Altman are the back end of Flock.
And then on the other side, Axon, that is a public company that is 91% owned by institutional investors, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. That's the big 3, and they are the top 3 shareholders of the company. I hope you guys are noticing a little bit of a pattern here. It's Silicon Valley technocrats on one side with Flock, and the other side, Wall Street bankers and finance.
So
I think when people talk about the powers that be, quote unquote,
look at the other side.
Other side, Axon, that is a public company that is 91% owned by institutional investors, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. That's the big 3, and
Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, the main motherfucking evil people controlling all the companies. But I think Trump also has an investment stake in Axon.
They are the top 3 shareholders of the company. I hope you guys are noticing a little bit of a pattern here. It's Silicon Valley technocrats on one side with Flock, and the other side, Wall Street bankers and finance. I think when people talk about the powers that be, quote unquote, whether you want to call it the deep state or the Illuminati or whatever, they often think that they're unified, okay? In many cases, they do have a similar shared goal, but at other times, there's a turf war going on in the background that doesn't get talked about a lot, and I think this might be one of those situations happening right now, okay? Almost every single piece of content that I've come across about mass surveillance specifically targets Flock, not necessarily the mass surveillance industrial complex as a whole. So I thought, that is very interesting. Could it be a coincidence? Maybe. But then I saw MAGA influencers starting to get involved in the conversation here. Tim Pool is talking about how Flock cameras are really just AI law enforcement. They are building a system of evil to track normal everyday people. I couldn't agree more. But again, the target is specifically laser focused on Flock. Matt Walsh just did a deep dive a couple days ago about Flock. And here's Eric Daughtry, another MAGA mouthpiece account, I would consider him, posting about Flock cameras being vandalized. You guys perhaps picking up what I'm putting out there? there's a bit of a pattern emerging. And then I came across this reporting from Tony Ortiz, a reporter from Texas, who claimed, quote, at least 2 influencers he's spoken to have been approached with offers of money in exchange for posting negatively about flock cameras on X. So now it's not just a theory. We're talking about a possible paid influencer campaign. Weird, to say the least. And then this morning, as I was putting this piece together, I saw that Tim Burchett announced that he's going to propose a bill to block flock cameras. Let's take a listen.
Hey everybody, Tim Burchett. I've proposed legislation. Here's the bill to eliminate federal funding and federal agencies purchasing those flock cameras. I find it pretty disgusting. They're pretty draconian, and you can look that up if you want to know what that means.
Well, given everything that's happened in the past few years, few decades, quite honestly, I think most of us do know what draconian means. But of course, I think the big question that we have to ask is he against flock cameras or is he against mass surveillance in general? I don't know for sure yet. But here's something that we do know for sure about all of this is that Donald Trump earlier this year invested millions of dollars into Axon Enterprise. My spidey senses are tingling, right?
So, and there it goes. So Axon is owned by BlackRock, which is Khazarian, State Street, Khazarian, and Vanguard, Khazarian. All these major companies are Khazarian, right? So then Trump goes in and he buys it. He's also owned. So now you got these 2 factions fighting because they're also fighting for the White House as well. Peter Thiel and the rest of the technocrats, they're backing J.D. Vance while the Khazarians are backing Trump and Rubio. So they are fighting. So these are 2 factions that are actually going at it right now. The Peter Thiel, Sam Altman technocrats going against the Khazarians. Elon is in there with the technocrats too. They're all going against the Khazarians for future world domination. So Trump is in with the Khazarians, right? So he got little stake in Axon, which is owned by the Khazarians and the rest of them. Now, we got to get Flock out of here, which is owned by Peter Thiel and Sam Altman and the rest of them cats. We got to get that bullshit out of here and get our shit in here. The ones owned by the Khazarians. Now you see what's going on? Get the technocrats, police state, get their shit out of here, their equipment, their technology out of here, and let's get the Khazarian bullshit, our technology, embedded in America. That's why they want the Khazarian cameras to be the ones to populate America, not the technocrats. So this is what we got. Yep, fighting for all your data. But to control you. This is to control you in the future. So you see what's popping. This is all controlled opposition, man. Everything you see. So don't buy into it. We should be protesting against any type of surveillance. No matter who the fuck it is. I don't give a damn who it is, nigga. This is my mama sitting on top of a goddamn lifeguard stand watching me. I don't want that either. Nigga, don't be watching me. Get your ass down, mama. Go home, make a goddamn sandwich. Go get down. Go, get down. Go make a sandwich. Go make this goddamn turkey sandwiches. I don't need you up there. So I don't care who it is. Your mama on the lifeguard stand, whoever it is, they should not be surveilling you at all. So moving along. Thank you. Big brother can straight up. Big brother can EAD. So moving along. A Khazarian woman was found guilty. Now y'all know about this chick. Remember back in the day, the Khazarian chick who said something about so we're gonna watch this from 2 sides. We're gonna watch this from 2 polar opposite sides, right? One the FAGA side, and then the woke Femocrat side. So, but this dude that's doing the commentary, he's not a Femocrat. He's not feminine, but he is a Democrat. That's why I just said that. But we're gonna watch it from 2 different perspectives and watch how they differ. It's crazy. But I want to know your opinion because this is the lady who called the little 5-year-old a nigga. Remember? Because for now, the backstory is the 5-year-old has autism, which shouldn't have mattered. He's just 5. Not that you are worldly, you have worldly knowledge at 5 to know that this toy is somebody else's and I shouldn't touch it. But he's 5 with autism. So obviously he has no understanding of what he's doing. He's just on autopilot, right? So he touches the white kid's toy. The mother calls him a nigger and some other stuff. So then the father, whoever it was, picked up his camera and said, say it again. After she said it, said, say it again. So he started following around, telling her to say it again. She flipped him off on the camera, all this and that type of stuff. So they went and tried to file charges. They went and complained. Charges were filed against her, and she lost. Now, what did she lose on? Because she was hit with disorderly conduct. So now, in some places, disorderly conduct is you can be hit with disorderly conduct for cursing in public when it offends someone else. Now, that's unconstitutional. And if you took the case all the way to the Supreme Court, it would get wiped down. Or if you even appealed it and went to federal court, it most likely would get wiped out. But most people don't have that type of time or money to do that type of stuff. So when you get charged with these unconstitutional laws, they stand. So she was hit with disorderly conduct. And like I said, a lot of places have laws that state disorderly conduct is part of it is when you curse or you talk too loud, you talk above a certain decibel level, or if you curse in front of people and it offended the people in public that you curse in front of, right? So this can be considered disorderly conduct. So let's see this is kind of what they kind of got her on for flicking the guy off on camera in public, in a public park with a lot of kids and stuff around and parents and stuff. So that's kind of what they got her on. But most people think she was hit. She was really hit for saying the N-word, that she was convicted for saying the N-word. Now, should she have been convicted for calling the little kid nigga? This is the question that we all have to deal with right now. So I'm gonna give you the Coon Cajun side first. Y'all know who the Coon Cajun is. We don't need to guess who that is.
We are continuing to follow the trial of Shiloh Hendricks, the woman accused of using a racial slur towards a child in a Rochester park last year. Day 3 continued today with more testimony from the father of the boy who was the alleged target. KIMT News 30's Griffin Makrovich joins us live from outside the Olmsted County Government Center. He has been following today's developments and joins us now with more. Griffin, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Sam, this has been a very lengthy trial here. All the lawyers I'm talking to say a misdemeanor trial usually takes about a day or two, but this is now day 3. We're entering day 4 tomorrow of Shiloh Hendricks' trial. Let me give you the latest on what we learned today. The trial began with where we left off yesterday with the defense continuing the cross-examination of the boy's father, the first witness. Now, the defense argues that the witness gave inconsistent answers to both the defense and prosecution, and that his court testimony differs from the police interviews he gave on May 8th and May 9th of last year. The defense also touched on the GoFundMe account set up by the Rochester branch of the NAACP. Now, according to the witness, the NAACP contacted the father, notifying him that they had set up a GoFundMe account in his name for the child, but they'd actually been dealing with some fraudsters who claimed to be the child's parents prior to him and had advised him to go to the police.
Now, the other backstory of this is when all the backlash came for this girl, she got $860,000 for calling the little melanated kid nigga. Right? All these white people tried to justify it. It's freedom of speech. You should be able to say whatever you want and this and that. No, nigga, you know damn well you were donating because you felt like you wanted to call somebody nigga and this person did what you wanted to do. And so you gave them money for stepping out and doing what you wanted to do. That's really what this shit was about. $860,000, nigga, there's not that much freedom of speech advocates nowhere around in America. That's bullshit. You're that much of a freedom of speech advocate, but when Israel tells you that you're an anti-Semite for going against Israel, now that ain't, we don't go against that. But when a white girl calls a little black boy nigga, we gotta band together. Gotta come together. Support our right to say nigger. Come on, man. It's American right. We have the right to say nigger and do it with fervor and enthusiasm and not get any backlash for it. Come on, man. You with me? You with me? No? No? Anyone? Well, it looks like I'm by myself, but I don't care. Because I'm going to stand 10 toes down. You understand? Niggers! So, this is what happened. She got $860,000. She won for calling somebody nigger.
Now, we understand that those fraudsters have been prosecuted and that the money did actually end up going to the father. The GoFundMe raised over $340,000, and the witness says that $336,000 have gone into a trust set for the boy.
The kid got $340,000. $340,000, which means GoFundMe got $3,000 from that. That's what that let me know. It raised $340,000. They got $336,000, which means GoFundMe got $4,000. GoFundMe got $4,000 for raising that money.
Now, the prosecutor then called an RPD investigator into the stand. The sergeant interviewed this witness, the boy's father, on May 9th, and confirmed that the witness was telling the truth, that the testimony he gave in court was the same exact words and language he was using during his interview on May 9th of last year. Now, the state then rested their case, and we will reconvene tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. to pick up day 4 of the trial. But I think it's worth mentioning.
So we got to talk about the case involving Shiloh Hendricks. Now, you guys should be familiar with this story. It was the white woman who went viral for allegedly calling a black child an N-word in a park, right? Now I'm saying allegedly because she never actually called a black child an N-word on camera. She actually said the N-word on camera in response to the child's father confronting her, okay, about basically calling the child an N-word after the child allegedly stole some stuff from her kid, okay? And she was confronted about it, and he basically dared her to say the N-word again. She did. She basically said she doesn't care, walked away while saying the N-word, okay? Very silly story, honestly. But this story has now kind of turned into a tragedy, okay, for the First Amendment, because activists were upset with the fact that this woman went viral, and people raised a lot of money for her, okay, after she did what she did, and they got upset, okay? They got upset, and they pursued criminal charges against her, basically for saying the N-word. Let's be honest, right? They pursued criminal charges against her, and lo and behold, because she's in the woke state of Minnesota, right, they actually went after her, right? Criminal.
What we call probable cause. Shiloh Hendricks. This is the charging document used in the court system to establish what we call probable cause. Shiloh Hendricks faces 2 counts of disorderly conduct. These are misdemeanor charges. Probable cause. The probable cause here, according to the Olmsted County Attorney's Office, is based on this summary as provided in the complaint. It reads that Hendricks, in a Rochester City park where children were present, quote, wrongfully and unlawfully engaged in offensive, obscene, abusive, boisterous, or noisy conduct, or in offensive, obscene, or abusive language that would reasonably tend to arouse alarm, anger, or resentment in others. Keeping that in mind, let's give you an up-close look here. This is what Minnesota statutes say about disorderly conduct. There are 3 legal definitions provided. They're broken down on the screen for you. The first involves a person's engagement, or brawling in or a fight. The second involves a person's disturbance of an assembly or a meeting. And it's the third one here that is applicable. In Hendricks' trial, we just read this definition verbatim from the criminal complaint. As for the 2 counts, the complaint.
See? Engages in offensive, obscene, abusive, boisterous, or noisy conduct, or in offensive, obscene, or abusive language tending reasonably to arouse alarm, anger, or resentment in others. Meaning, if you're trying to piss people off by starting shit, then that's disorderly conduct. Whether you're cursing at them, talking loud to them, whatever it is. Excuse me, if you're trying to start shit with people for, whatever it is, and you bother somebody else, that's disorderly conduct. So, here we go.
In Hendricks' trial, we just read this definition verbatim from the criminal complaint. As for the 2 counts, the complaint alleges the first count is disorderly conduct against the then 8-year-old boy with autism in the park that day, along with the boy's father. That's all in count 1. Count number 2, then, the second count alleges disorderly conduct against a man who witnessed the park encounter. Again, this all happened in late April of 2025. In Minnesota, the maximum sentence for a disorderly conduct conviction, remember, it's a misdemeanor offense. It's 90 days in jail, a $1,000 fine, or both.
Yeah, so you see that, you hear that. Now, let's get to the verdict, because I think that the verdict is ridiculous, to be honest with you. And regardless of how you feel about Shiloh Hendricks and her saying the N-word, if you care about free speech, if you care about the First Amendment in this country,
so he's trying to act like he's trying to argue the free speech point. He's not arguing the free speech point. He's arguing, he really knows he wants that white lady. He's the white person avenger, especially white women. He is the white caped avenger. Whenever white people are getting persecuted, he feels getting persecuted, which is crazy in a world in a country that you run, which is fucking insane. You can be marginalized in a country that you run every goddamn thing. But anytime he feels that that's happening, that white people ain't getting the just supremacy that they're due, and you ain't all on all your knees and sucking off all the goddamn toe jam off the Caucasian foot, then nigga, what are you doing? You missed some toe jam, man. You're not doing your job. Come on, man. We got to do our job. Toe jam is not supposed to be on our guy on our master's foot. Come on. You're not doing your job. Do your fucking job, man. I missed the toe jam? Okay, my bad.
I think we should all be concerned about what happened here. So without further ado, let's get into it.
New from overnight, a Rochester jury reaching a late-night verdict in the case of a woman accused of calling a little boy a racial slur at a park.
Shiloh Hendricks was facing 2 counts of disorderly conduct. Hannah Flood is in the live center with how this trial ended and what this means going forward. Hi, Hannah.
Yeah, good morning. You may remember this case because of that now viral video that started all of it. The video shows Shiloh Hendricks allegedly calling an 8-year-old boy with autism a racial slur while she was out at the playground with her child. It was posted last year and it led to community rallies and an outpouring of support both for the child and family it featured, but also for the woman, for Hendricks. She was charged with 2 counts of disorderly conduct and took the case all the way to a jury trial. According to KTTC, late last night, the jury returned a split verdict, finding her guilty of 1 count, but not guilty of the other counts. The count she was found guilty for was not related to the racial slur thrown at the child, but instead conduct against the man who took that viral video. Now, during the trial, the Rochester branch of the NAACP submitted a victim impact statement and asked the judge for the stiffest sentence possible, saying, quote, "The words and actions of Ms. Hendricks caused tremendous fear and trauma to a defenseless child. For many members of our community, this was not simply an isolated playground incident. It was a painful reminder that the hatred represented by that word still exists today." Hendricks did not speak in court. KTTC reporting Hendricks was sentenced to probation. She has to complete 200 hours of community service and will be required to pay a $1,000 fine. Tom Kelly.
All right, Hannah, thanks for the update overnight. Appreciate that.
Time now, just about 6:30.
Wow. So I want you guys to understand how crazy this is, right? Again, outside of just, obviously, I feel like this is an attack on the First Amendment, but just how crazy this is, okay? She was not found guilty of disorderly conduct involving an 8-year-old black autistic child, right? So she wasn't found guilty on that. And I think part of the reason why is because, again, I don't think she actually was caught on camera calling the black child N-word. I think she basically just said that, yeah, I would do it again, right? If that's the way that he's going to act, right, then I would do it again. That to me, I think is a more accurate summary of what was actually said in the video.
No, she said it on camera.
What she was found guilty of was essentially saying the N-word on camera while the father was recording her, right? Not necessarily saying it towards the child, okay? She wasn't found necessarily guilty of disorderly conduct involving the child. She was found guilty of disorderly conduct towards the adult male who was following her with the camera on, provoking her on camera to say the N-word again. And because she was provoked and she actually said it, right? And explained why she said it and why she would say it again while saying the word, while also walking away as well, too.
So this is the thing, though. That's the law. So she broke the law and she had to pay the consequences. If it was niggas who broke the law, he'd be talking all kind of crazy shit about niggas following the law. Now, you should know the law and you need to follow the law. And if you don't, if you follow the law, then ain't nothing gonna happen to you because all you gotta do is lick the white man's ass, lick the goddamn white police officer's ass, and all this nigga would do is say, "Goddamn, thank you. I needed some tissue today. How come you didn't tell me you was gonna be my personal tissue today? I needed that, brother. Well, you know what? I'll let you go home today." That's all you had to do, man, was be the police officer's personal tissue. Let him use your tongue as a personal tissue, man. That's all you had to do. That's what he would tell you if you was melanated and you got punished for breaking the law. All you gotta do is follow the law, man. But because of her, because of the white bitch, and he probably want to tap. Oh, now he got to come out, Captain Save-A-Ho, Captain Save-A-White-Ho, and come out. And now, all of a sudden, it's bad, man. She didn't get really persecuted for what she did. She get persecuted for this. She didn't get persecuted for calling a little baby a nigger. You got persecuted for doing this on camera. Well, that's against the law. Doing it in public. Now, that law may be unconstitutional, but that ain't got nothing to do with the father. The law is in place. Now, if you want to argue the law being unconstitutional, then you need to do that somewhere else. But the law is the goddamn law, and she broke it. Just like you would say the exact same thing for any other melanated person. He would destroy a melanated person for this shit, for something as simple as this. But they broke the law. He would jump all over them. So he full of crap. So that's that. That's one side. Now I want to show you. That's the coon Cajun side. Now this is the Democratic side, the far left Democratic side of it. This is Poetic Flacco. He's a far left Democrat.
These racist folks is on our timeline crying up a storm and having a meltdown because their hero got found guilty. Do y'all remember this lady right here on your screen called Shiloh Hendricks? If you guys don't recall, Shiloh Hendricks went viral about a year and a half ago for being in a park and calling a 5-year-old visibly autistic little boy the N-word with a hard R.
Did you call him a child? Did you call the child the N-word? It is my business. You call him. Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again? Okay. All right, that's what you say. Nobody digging to you. That little kid, you call him the little child? Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So criminal. She called the little 5-year-old little criminal. That little criminal tried to take my kid's stuff. The little 5-year-old's a criminal. See, this is how they think. This is what this little stupid ass bitch think.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act.
That's what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech. You can be recorded for that.
I don't give a.
Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
These racist devils decided after watching this grown woman call a 5-year-old little boy who's autistic the N-word with the hard R, they decided it was appropriate to reward her with $859,000. So as soon as this video went viral, she launched a GoFundMe because she realized her job was cooked. She realized her livelihood was cooked, right? Once people seen who she really was, it was cooked. But the racists came to her rescue and they gave her $859,000, right? Now, they were trying to disguise this because I've seen a lot of people, including Steven Crowder and others, who disguise this as, we gave her $859,000 because, she got fired. Her life would never be the same again, right? Everything under the sun other than, hey, we don't like black people. That would have been, that would have been fine. You know why? Because now we know who you guys are, right? But they literally spit in our faces by telling us they gave Shiloh Hendricks $859,000 based off a free speech issue. Are you crazy? Free, huh? Y'all all of a sudden believe in the First Amendment when it comes to a racist white woman calling a 5-year-old little boy the N-word with the hard R. But Shiloh Hendricks, after receiving $859,000, I guess Minnesota decided, bruh, we can't allow this precedent to be set, bruh. If this woman calls a 5-year-old autistic little boy the N-word with the hard R, and then she goes on and raises $859,000, and then she drops a video, by the way, after receiving that money, she drops a video with a bunch of coded language. They're rubbing it in black people's faces. Yeah, I did it, and I'll do it again. I'll get away with it. Right? So she didn't learn her lesson at all. And Minnesota thought this was not fair.
Hi, everyone. I'm Shiloh Hendricks. I wanted to take a little time to talk to you all about what's been going on with my fundraiser and kind of the aftermath of the park situation. Also, some concerns that have been brought to my attention. There are a lot of people who think that this has all been a scam, that I haven't been getting my money and that it's not going to me. I have gotten every dime of my money. It's all gone to me. Nobody has asked me.
I got all this money for calling that little kid nigga. I sure did. I got every goddamn dime. Thank you, people. I got all this money for call. Hey, you got some other little niggas? You need me to call out? Bring them, just run them on through. Bring them in the line. Little niglet here, one little niglet there, two little nigglets there, three little nigglets. Nigga, 3 little nigglets, 4. Hey, bring them on down the line. I'll call them whatever you want me to, as long as y'all go to that GoFundMe. Goddamn.
Me for any money. So there's that. Rest assured, all the money has gone to me. I also just want to say how proud I am of everybody and just showing what can happen if we tribe up and if we stick together and if we keep fighting back. Our future, our existence depends on standing up for ourselves and not.
If we keep fighting back about what? A little 5-year-old autistic kid touching your baby's toy? That's what you fighting back? Oh my God, the world is going crazy. A little black kid touched my little baby's toy. I had to fight back, everybody. I had to take a stand. I had to take a fucking stand against these little fucking black fuckers. Gotta take a stand. You understand? I gotta take a stand, you understand? The fuck? I gotta take a stand against a little black kid, autistic black kid touching my kid's toy. Gotta stick up for ourselves. Who else will do it if we don't do it?
Not backing down. And we just have to keep on going. There's no other option. I mean, what else are we going to do? You can't be afraid of words. Don't be.
Wait, listen to her. She's really acting like she's some persecuted person. She's not like, girl, you are experiencing the repercussions of your own actions. Nobody's hurting you. You ain't an innocent victim. Nobody's coming out of the woodwork out of nowhere just hurting you. And she's seriously acting like she is a perpetual victim in this.
Be afraid of the people who are so fragile to a word. Again, I just want to say that I am so grateful for all of my supporters and all of my people who have been with me through all of this. And yeah, I haven't said anything on here. I haven't done any sort of videos or spoke to anybody really. So I felt like it was about time to clear the air and just kind of, keep you updated with what's going on. And yeah, so I just want to say thank you, everyone. And I will talk to you later.
Boy, these devils is something else, man. After raising $859,000, instead of going away quietly, she drops a video telling other white folks, oh yeah, you should also call them the N-word too. Yeah, learn from me. Don't back down. Go outside and call them the N-word too. So Minnesota seen this malarkey and said, no, we can't. Dog, yo, can you imagine if this becomes a thing? If this precedent gets to stick? So Minnesota did the little they could do. They stepped in, arrested her, charged her with disorderly conduct, misdemeanor, and she ultimately went to trial and got convicted because obviously, right? No sensible jury is watching that video, seeing what you did and letting you get away with it, bro. No jury that actually thinks black people is human is allowing you to get away with something of that manner.
Sam, we are now on day 4 of this very lengthy misdemeanor trial here. Let me catch you up on what we started with. The judge began by questioning the jury on their integrity. If you remember my report from yesterday, Sam, it was revealed to us that a local media outlet received a Facebook comment stating that one of the reporters had been in contact with the jury, which is illegal. That could have been a mistrial if that was the case, but all the jury members denied having any conversations about this trial outside of the courtroom. Now, the defense then called in the RPD detective who first interviewed the father of the boy. If you remember yesterday, we heard from the detective that gave us the second interview, and now we heard the first interview, and we got some information come to light today. The detective says that the father never cried or acted overwhelmed during the entire 40 minutes to 1 hour interview, and that he never mentioned the possibility of Hendricks ever hitting his child or the fear of Hendricks striking his child, which was mentioned in the second interview. The detective also mentioned that multiple families had contacted RPD claiming to be the parents that were affected by the situation. Now, after this, the RPD detective was dismissed, and the defense then went after the second GoFundMe that was set up to benefit the father, and the judge was having none of that. The judge explained that anybody can post anything on the internet these days, and that the defense would need far more proof, like a representative from GoFundMe, to prove that this was a real account. Now, there was a back and forth between the defense and the judge blew up, saying that the defense would be found in contempt of court if he continued, and he stopped that line of questioning right there. Hang on a second, bear with me here. Now, closing arguments, this is the main part. Prosecution says that this is a straightforward trial and it's not a matter of emotions or speculation. They're arguing that Hendricks' words do fall under the legal definition of fighting words, meaning that they're likely to provoke an immediate violent response from whoever they're spoken to, and that her conduct, chasing after the child, yelling and being confrontational in the park, was a breach of the peace and was disorderly.
So this goes back to the a Supreme Court case called Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire. Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire. So the main thing I want to break down is, does she have the so Poetic Flacco was trying to say that it was right for her to be charged and prosecuted or convicted for calling a little kid nigger. Now, I don't believe that. I believe you should be able to call wherever the hell you want to call, whatever the hell you want to call them. Straight up. Freedom of speech. You should be able to call whoever the hell you want to call them. Wherever the hell you want to call them, you should be able to call them that without touching them. As long as you don't touch them. Now, you should be able to say whatever the hell you want to say. That's what freedom of speech is. Freedom of speech is not for the speech you like. It's for the speech you don't like. I don't need a goddamn law to say you can say what the shit, you can say stuff that I like. Why do I need a law for that? I need a law to say to say you can say stuff that I don't like. No matter how much I don't like it, if you don't touch me while you're saying it, you have every right to say it. So again, I agree with her right to say it. And again, remember, nigga means God. So I don't know why so many, again, this is melanated people, uneducated melanated people, getting so goddamn upset over the word when the word means God. If you truly educate yourself, you can't be upset over this stupid shit. Because she didn't say anything but call your little son God or sovereign or king. She the dumbass. If you educate yourself and then you were able to convey that on camera, how dumb she was, and she just called your little son king, God, or sovereign, see how stupid she would have looked on camera? That would have went completely viral. But because you emotional, you can't call my son this and that. Okay, now she got criminal charges and shit. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with criminal charges. Now, going back to the Supreme Court case called Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire. It's called Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire. And it says that it's called fighting words doctrine, meaning you have freedom of speech unless it's fighting words, meaning you can't say something to somebody that you know will incite them to violence or that has the potential to incite them to violence. So what that means is if you call somebody a bitch or a band, bitch ass nigga, or whatever it is, if you call them that can be considered fighting words. And if somebody beats your ass for it and you go to court and try to get them later, the court will rule in their favor because you use fighting words. And you don't have freedom of speech for fighting words. So that's what they basically got her on. They said she used fighting words, and they brought up Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire on her.
The verdict from the trial. So she was charged with disorderly conduct. Count 1, disorderly conduct towards the child. She was found not guilty. However, she was found guilty of count 2, which is disorderly conduct towards the kid's father, who was recorded. The judge could sentence her to a maximum of 90 days in jail. He declined. He sentenced her to 90 days suspended, $1,000 fine, and 200 hours of community service. So she got off light, to be honest. But, yo, when the result and the verdict hit the timeline, okay, the Klan members and the devils all came to Twitter to complain about this verdict. Now, all of a sudden, these devils remember the First Amendment is a thing when it comes to Shiloh Hendricks and her using the N-word. When it comes to defend somebody's right to use the N-word, all of a sudden they remember the First Amendment is a thing. One person says, this is unreal. Minnesota has lost its mind. Now, peep, the race of the people who are complaining about this verdict, and also peep the usernames as well, okay? Peep their usernames. You will start to see a trend here. One person says, unconstitutional, which I don't give a... I don't care about Shiloh Hendricks' rights. One person says they are attacking our First Amendment. Next, they'll go after our Second Amendment, and that must not happen. We need to fight for this. We need to fight for Shiloh Hendricks' rights to say, man. Y'all just racist. It's cool. Now, here's where you start to see a trend in the usernames. One person, the Ultra MAGA, says, unbelievable! Exclamation point. That was important too. The exclamation point was important. All right. Now, another person goes, again, the MAGA lip destroyer. They write, this makes me so sick. So it's okay for them to, terrorize people and murder people whenever they want, but God forbid you call them names. To all my people, please don't get tricked. Please do not get tricked.
This is what said. It's okay for them to murder people and this and that, but when you call them names, they get upset. She said, when you call them names, they get upset. So let me see if I can show you something real quick. Hold on 1 second. Oops. Oh man. I don't think it's God damn. It's not letting me open the tab. It's not letting me. Hold on a second. For some damn reason, it won't let me open the tab. So this is the crime rates. This is the crime rates of people in America. This is about Caucasians. Now maybe you'll be able to see it. Hold on. So in raw numerical terms, white individuals account for the majority of arrests across most across most major property, violent, and drug-related offenses in the United States, largely reflecting overall population demographics. Okay, saying they're the most arrested because they're the biggest class. We know that's not true because we know white people are people from Africa, Mexicans, all this and that. We're not talking about pale. We're talking about pale people. That's what we're really talking about. So in terms of the arrest, they really mean pale people. They don't mean the legal definition of white, because that could be when they say population wise, they're talking about the legal definition of white. But when they're talking about arrest, they just mean specifically pale people who've been arrested. Now, again, larceny, theft, 63%, burglary, 62%, motor theft crime, 67%, arson, 70%, vandalism, 65%, fraud and forgery, 65%, aggravated assault, 61%, grape, 70%, 69%, 0.8%, that's 70%. Sex offenses, 74.6%. So what the fuck are you talking about, bitch? This is shit when these Caucasian people keep coming up here talking this bullshit about black people commit the most crimes. Look at this shit. Start getting down DUI offenses, drug abuse violations, 71%. DUI and liquor law violations, 80%. Offenses against the family and other children, 65%. Y'all commit the most crimes, Caucasian people, pale people. I don't want to hear this shit about They can do all the crimes. Now they're just mad because we call them a name. No, you can call me that name any damn day of the week, all day, every day. You can call me nigga. You can call me God, King, or Sovereign anytime you feel like it. You understand? I'm one who will not give you any backlash for calling me nigga. Promise you. But I will educate your stupid ass so that I promise you, you'll feel real retarded about calling the next person nigga. You're going to think twice because you know the next person you call nigga, you're going to be giving them a compliment. That's what I would do. I would fuck up your whole mentality by letting you know the next person you call nigga, you're going to be giving them a compliment. Not only a compliment, the utmost compliment. You're going to be calling them God. That's how you defeat somebody like that. So, Flacco, he going off on the whites. Now, again, like I said, he's the other side of it, saying that you shouldn't say nigga and this and that. Again, two different sides of it. I'm not with either one of them sides. Other than the fact that you should be able to say what the hell you want without being persecuted for it. But homegirl's still full of shit. So moving along, in Skittle news, the Skittles was skittling this week. They were really skittling this week. God damn, this nigga here. Hold on. God damn. Hold on. Trying to find it again. There it is. All right. So Skittles skiddling this week. Let me find it. They was tripping. Really quick. Yo, remember when I was telling you guys about the Havla Gila ball gargle? A lot of y'all may not have known what that was. Let me show you what I was talking about when I say the Havla Gila ball gargle. This is what I meant, everybody. Just so you are aware. This is the Havla Gila ball gargle. That's the Havla Gila ball gargle. Let's say I got it on fast. Let me put it on the slow. Let me put it on the slow so you can actually hear it. There is a fiddler on the roof. Let's get it. So that's the Havla Gila ball gargle. That's how they get down. But real quick. So the Skittles are skittling this week. Some Decepticon went nuts at school because the police they misgendered them, and this person went insane. God damn, this person went absolutely 1,000% nuts. And the ball gargle anthem.
I got with the stolen vehicle.
What do you mean? Hold up.
Alpha 73.
Yes, that's the ball gargle anthem. So that's the Trump. He doing the Havla Gila ball gargle every day, all day. But this Transformer, this Decepticon, They were looking for a car theft. They were coming in looking for some car theft, and they ran into this transformer, and the transformer started tripping because one of the police officers called him, which to me looked like a him to me. So check it out. This shows you that these people are dealing with mental illness, though. And what Biden administration did is give a platform to people with mental illness, which is insane. Now you can't shut them up. You gave him a platform with a bullhorn to shout from the top roof, "I'm crazy, and you're gonna love me." Like, what? You heard me. So that's not even an exaggeration either. Watch this shit.
University. Can we get another unit to deal with Jay Lee here? He is having a break. I gotta work this stolen vehicle.
What do you mean OPD?
Alpha 73 University.
Alpha 73?
Can we get another unit to deal with Jay Lee here? He is having a breakdown.
Say! Just say the right pronoun!
What'd you say?
7351.
Get down on the ground right now.
No!
You're about to get sprayed.
No!
Get down on the ground right now.
Leave me alone!
I can come in there.
Leave me alone, please!
Okay, are you going to calm down?
I'm getting my phone out. I have to film this.
I'm telling you, are you going to calm down?
I will calm down. I will calm.
You know what this is?
I
This
will
is
calm.
over your back.
No.
Okay, so I'm only going to ask you one more time. You can record all you want, but it's already beyond that point. We already tried.
You're stressing me out.
It doesn't matter.
I'm just asking you to please stop stressing.
We already tried to help you. So.
No, you didn't.
Yes.
You came in with hostile intent.
Put your hands.
Be alone.
Get on the ground right now.
Don't hurt me.
Get on the ground right now.
Don't hurt me.
Get down on the ground right now.
Boy. So we got to talk about a wild video that has been released. Police body cam showing a transgender student losing his mind after police misgender this individual. Okay, as the police is investigating a stolen vehicle, right? The police is investigating this, and
really quick, everybody, we still haven't reached the goal. We're still only at conceptual elixirs. I'm bad. I didn't say I'm not getting any damn. Hold on, man. I am sorry for people who have left cash apps. I wasn't getting any notifications. My bad, everybody. Hold on. The notifications for the cash app wasn't coming through. I don't know what the hell happened, but let me read all of the people who gave me some cash app love. Appreciate you guys. Christopher Banks, I think I got you in there, but in case I didn't, there you go. K. Deborah. I don't know if this is cash app. She says, can I swap for a large print hard copy book? Wait, what? Can you what? Can I swap for a large print hard copy book? I can't see. You can't see. Well, the hard copy book is not that's not the price for the hard copy book. That's not the price. I appreciate you. That's not the price for the hard copy book. That's not the price for the hard copy book. Go to the website and look for the hard price, and then I'll send you the hard book. But I can't give you that's more than I can't do that one. I can't do that type of deal. Because it cost me money to print them books. So what you did right there, I don't make any money on that for what you send. I gotta print those books. But I appreciate you. But let me know. I'll send. Send me an email for after this. But appreciate Brandon Terry, Conceptual Elixirs, Broderick Enoch, and Sharice Reed L. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for and Stephen Williams and Leah. Appreciate you, girl. Thank you everybody for hitting the super chats or the cash app. Give you guys another round of applause.
May the force be with you.
May the force Force be with you all. All right. Appreciate you guys for the super chats and the cash apps. All right, everybody. So back to the Skittles.
And I guess they're looking for a suspect, and they just so happen to come across this trans guy. And this individual gets upset after being misgendered by the cops. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this.
What's the problem?
Why do you let those kids get away with this? They are not supposed to be here.
If you don't lower your voice, I am going to put handcuffs on you, and I'm going to take you to a Baker Act facility. Lower your voice.
Fucking try it.
Are you threatening me?
You're threatening me.
Are you threatening me?
I'm just...
Because I'm here right now to deal with a stolen vehicle. I ain't got time to hear you screaming and yelling.
I don't have time to constantly be abused.
We'll get OPD down here then, because I gotta work this stolen vehicle.
I don't have time to constantly be abused. How is he constantly abusing you? He don't even know you. You look like a dude. You are a dude. Let me say, not look like a dude. You are a dude. And if you change your name to a woman's name, how would he know that? So to him, you're a dude, just crazy looking dude with purple hair or blue, whatever type of hair you got. That's all you are to him. So to sit up here and act like this man is supposed to treat you some type of way. Again, this is privilege. This is privilege. This is what this is right here. You expect everyone else to just adhere to your mentality, to the way that you see things in life. No, everybody's not gonna do that. Sorry, that's not gonna happen. Everybody's not gonna do that. Just bow down and kneel and kiss your butt.
What do you mean OPD?
Alpha 73 University.
Alpha 73?
Can we get another unit to deal with Jay Lee here? He is having a breakdown.
Say! Just say the right pronoun!
What'd you say?
7351.
Get down on the ground right now.
No!
You're about to get sprayed.
No, just
get down on the ground right now.
Leave me alone!
I can come in there.
Leave me alone, please!
Okay, are you gonna calm down?
I'm getting my phone out. I have to film this.
I'm telling you. Are you gonna calm down?
Wow. Look at this dude shaking, bro. Right? Look at this dude.
Skip the commentary.
The issues, because this person certainly has a lot of issues.
I will calm down. I will calm.
You know what this is?
I will calm down when you get the pepper spray out of my face.
Alpha 73.
Leave me alone.
I have
Just please.
pepper spray.
Just stop pointing the pepper spray at me. I will calm down if you do that. Stop.
Lower your voice.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I want you to leave me alone. You have been particularly abusing me.
If you come,
Yo, what the fuck, man? This is what happens when you platform crazy. When you give a pedestal to crazy. They think they can just act crazy no matter what. To anyone. I don't have to. You understand? I can call you whatever the fuck I want to call you. I can call you bitch ass boo boo the fool, whatever. I can call you whatever the hell I want to call you. I don't have to call you what you want me to call you. You better be happy I'm just saying him. I can call you a whole bunch of other shit. You have no right to tell somebody else how to speak, especially in America. Now in the UK, that may be the law. Not in America. For now anyway. This is why we better keep this shit.
Come towards me one more time.
Follow me.
You are
and step your bills and administrators. Don't you remember? Don't you remember?
Jaylee, come.
He's focus on me.
Okay.
Get away!
You don't tell me where to go.
Fuck you! Fuck you, cop!
Alpha 73 University.
Jaylee.
I want to be away from
No, it's too late now. It's too late now. He's gonna be taken away.
It's all over being misgendered, right?
She! What the hell? She! God damn, this motherfucker crazy. So check it out. It got deeper. Watch this. This ain't the only thing. Hold up. We gonna skip his commentary.
I just want to get away from him.
You do some huge issues.
It's taken.
I just want to get away from him.
He needs
Stop! Miss! Tickling me! Just say she!
Alpha 73.
just say she. I don't have to say that. I don't want to say it. As a bigger thing, I don't want to say that. I don't have to say it, and I don't want to say it. That means you have to accept it. You have to accept what you can't force other people to do. With your tantrums. See, it's this type of shit that's been getting this person what they wanted the whole time. Tantrums work for this person, which is why they're doing it. Because other people are just like, all right, fuck it, just do whatever the fuck they want in order to avoid this. But this cop is like, nah, I'm not going to just do what the hell you want. So check this out.
You gotta put the gloves on. This one might be a little gross, right? This one is a little slimy, right? You gotta put the gloves on for this one, right? You might catch some of this lunacy,
Wait,
right?
knock the fruit roll up.
Please just tell me to use the right pronouns. Please, you know it's causing me a lot of distress.
I need to bring it down here, though, okay?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you very nicely. Put your stuff down, turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Oh, does that need a Riley over here?
Not going to be arrested.
Put your stuff down.
No.
Put your hands behind your back.
No.
Okay, so I'm only gonna ask you one more time. You can record all you want, but it's already beyond that point.
You're stressing me out.
It doesn't matter.
I just asked you to please stop stressing.
We already tried to help you, so.
No, you didn't.
Yes.
You came in with hostile intent.
Put your hands.
Be alone.
Get on the ground right now.
Don't hurt me.
Get on the ground right now.
Don't hurt me.
Get down on the ground right now. Come on, please. Stop. Get down. Get down.
Leave me alone. Help! Help me!
Get down.
I hurt.
Get down. Get down.
Go. Hand behind your back. Put your hand behind your back.
I can't.
No.
I'm right. I just wanted you to.
Come on, stop.
Please. Josh, please, this is all a big misunderstanding.
I'm gonna spray him.
No, please don't say him. Her.
Okay, her. I'm gonna spray her.
Thank you.
Put your hand behind your back.
So now he finally says it at the end. So at the end, he finally says it. She's, I'm gonna spray him. He goes, I'm gonna spray him. Don't say him. So now when he asked nicely and shit, the police officer goes, I'm gonna spray her. He goes, don't say him. Say her. He goes, I'm gonna spray her. Just because the motherfucker now asked nicely, you go now you're gonna flip and comply and capitulate. All right.
Yes. I don't want to spray you. Give me your hand. No, give me your hand. Give me your hand.
I can call you. Just give me some space.
See what's gonna happen. Put your hand behind your back.
Put your hand behind your back.
Put your hand behind your back.
Space.
Give me your hand.
I just need space, please.
Put your hand. Give me your hand. Okay, I'm gonna tase you if you don't cooperate. Tase it. Give me.
Jalen is gonna hurt, man. Give me your hand. He's not gonna tase you. Give me your hand.
You're gonna arrest me.
No,
give me your hand.
Yes, we need your hand.
I don't arrest me. No.
Let go. Give me your hand.
Gonna get it again this time.
Give me your hand. Give me your hand.
Leave me alone.
Give me your hand.
Alone.
Bruh, do tasers not work? I've never been tased, so I don't know what it feels like, but I kind of feel like I've seen a lot of videos of people getting tased, and the taser don't work, right? Are these people evolving? Maybe they need to.
I got you. I got you.
Give me your hand. Give me your hand.
Relax, okay? There you go. We got it. We got charges. All right.
So now they got him. Tased him, everything. Took all that to get this motherfucker down because the cop mispronounced their pronoun. Do you guys see where we're heading in America? This is where we're heading in America. Because he mispronounced the dude's pronouns, this nigga went nuts. Absolutely motherfucking nuts. To the point where the police officer, he was like, God damn, let me just say she just to calm the shit down. He wasn't gonna say she at first, and then The motherfucker was so crazy. The police officer was even like, God damn, all right, motherfucker, shit. God damn. So, yeah, damn, man. That's crazy. Like, oh, damn. Wait, would you say two men couldn't keep their hands off me? Will be how he tell 2 men couldn't keep their hands off me will be how he tells the story. He just couldn't keep their hands off of me. I mean, I know I'm just so attractive. This couldn't stop touching me. So, yeah, moving along. Still in Skittle news, though. Still some Skittles and skiddling. Shit, man. God damn. So the Smithsonian I think this is it. Hold on. Let me see if I got the story. Man, damn, where'd it go? Oh man, hold on. God damn it. Hold on, man. Let's see. So hold on. Here it goes, right here. All right, I got it. So check this out. So they basically, so the Smithsonian finally found it. They're promoting RuPaul Drag Hour as important American history. This is at the Smithsonian again. But I just said they're promoting RuPaul Drag Hour as important American history. Holy shit. There we go. So this is the head of the Smithsonian giving testimony at a Congress hearing the other day about, again, this is supposed to be some of the woke stuff. So then this is twofold. So all the Republicans, the FAGA, they keep acting like, so what Trump did is he wiped out all the Black history shit in the Smithsonian. And so they're giving a hearing on saying that the Smithsonian's new policies were woke, DEI. They were basically had all these things in there talking about slavery and all this and that because they were promoting DEI, woke history, and that none of it had to really do with American history. They were trying to drum up slave animosity or some shit like that. So Republicans wanted all the African stuff, the African history stuff, African American history stuff taken out of the Smithsonian. And so Trump did that. You know, he did it with an executive order or something like that. So now this is the hearing on this from the head of the Smithsonian.
Artig, how many children visited the National Museum of American History last year?
Hi, good morning, ma'am.
Answer the question, how many kids?
Good morning, ma'am. Since we don't charge,
Are you the director of the museum?
I am, ma'am.
Okay, and you don't know how many people visited the museum last year?
2 million.
How many of those were children?
Ma'am, I don't
even know. Okay.
For you, but I'm happy
do
to
you
take
agree
that.
that educating children about American history is a core duty of the museum? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
And are images of sexual fetishes appropriate for children? Yes or no?
So, ma'am,
it's a simple yes or no. Or is sexual imagery, provocative sexual imagery, appropriate for kids? Yes or no?
Ma'am, We strive to represent all Americans.
You strive to represent queer, pedophiles, indoctrination, grooming of kids at an American History Museum. And it sounds like you're proud of it. You won't answer the questions, probably because you're ashamed. And as a woman, I really can't believe you will sit here today and you can't even admit that sexual imagery like this behind me, they tell me, my staff tells me, this little trinket around the penis, this is BDSM in a setting where children are walking through. That's disgusting.
Look at that.
What kind of message are you?
Look at this. This is in the Smithsonian. RuPaul. Look, right there. Bam. What the hell does RuPaul got to do with American history? Huh? Can somebody tell me what the hell RuPaul got to do with American history? No, I didn't see the MK Ultra conference on C-SPAN. Man, I gotta look it up. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. But damn, look at this. RuPaul in the Smithsonian. You don't get the entire fuck out of here with that bull crap.
You're trying to send kids with BDSM imagery. What are you trying to tell kids? Are you sexualizing children? Is that what your motive is for the museum? Why?
So that specific two-piece.
Do you know how many kids get raped by adults every year in this country? This kind of thing, when you are dressing men up as women, drag queens, you're putting this kind of crap in front of kids.
Oh, that's the American history that they want to document. He was the first. He was the first transformer, drag former millionaire. That's what we need to document. Yay. Drag formers can become millionaires in America, which actually really shows how great America is, honestly. Motherfucker like that can become a millionaire in America. You ain't doing that shit nowhere else. This shows you how great America is, honestly. Most motherfuckers all the people over here hate the shit out of America. But look, a drag former can become one of the greatest so-called fruitopian entertainers that they've ever had and make millions, multiple millions. Motherfucker worth like 50 million. Only in America, as Don King would say.
Kids, sexualizes them and makes them more vulnerable to people that want to rape them or abuse them. Or when we have men and women's settings that want to do harm to women. You talked about the girlhood exhibit and you didn't want to answer the chairman's questions earlier, but it was a diary featuring a 6-year-old that reads, everybody was talking about getting boobs in their period. I pray to God every night for my penis to grow. Dr. Hartig, can you tell me, look me in the eye and tell me that belongs in an exhibit for kids?
Ma'am, Girlhood, It's Complicated was not an exhibit designed for children.
I know, you had the little disclaimer thing, which is sort of
the diary was of a 13-year-old going through puberty.
Okay, do you think that's an appropriate thing to put in an American History Museum where there are children walking through? So, we're talking about American history.
Right, so Girlhood, It's Complicated.
Okay, I'm moving on because I don't know how much money you spent on getting prepped for this hearing. They did a good job because you're filibustering and not answering a single question from a single Republican. Today, do you believe that men can become women?
Ma'am, as the director of the museum, that's not relevant in this case.
It's very relevant. You've got men dressed up as women and you have them on displays in front of kids. Do you think men can become women, yes or no?
So RuPaul's Drag Race, which is the upper
It's a man. RuPaul is a man who dresses like a woman, literally.
Correct.
What is a woman, Dr. Hartig?
As a director and as a historian, it's not my opportunity.
You sexual.
Uh-oh, gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. What is a woman? Since you want to create all these women's rights and all this and that, what is a woman? Oh, still the same question you guys cannot answer. Okay.
The American History Museum. So this is a fair question. What is a woman?
So at the museum,
what is a woman?
We strive to represent and not categorize all Americans.
Okay, I have another question for you. There's a glossary at the museum that informs visitors that while American culture traditionally recognizes 2 genders, other countries recognize 3 or more. So enlighten me this morning. How many genders are there?
Ma'am, which glossary?
This is a display, and it has a glossary that says other countries recognize 3 or more genders. So I would like you to enlighten me today. You're the director of the American History Museum who's sexualized things in front of kids. I want to ask you, how many genders are there?
So first of all, I'm happy to get back to you about the glossary.
How many genders are there?
Sure.
And what are they?
I'm not sure which glossary you're speaking of.
Of course, I know that you don't. You know exactly what this hearing was about today. One of your exhibits at the American History Museum says sometimes gender isn't revealed at birth. So when is gender revealed?
So
when was your gender revealed to you, Dr. Hartig?
So I don't really think that's relevant to the.
It is relevant. You have a display at the American History Museum talking about gender isn't always revealed at birth. So when was your gender revealed?
So since I am a PhD and
I wasn't done.
Got you again, bitch. Oh, hey, Nancy Mace is not whatever. I mean, man, what is her name? Mace or whatever. Mace, whatever her name is. She's smashing her with these questions. She's like, yo, so when was your gender revealed? Since gender is revealed, it's not who you're just not when you come into this world with. It's something designated to you at birth. When was your gender revealed, ma'am? Can you let us know? Gotcha, bitch.
So when was your gender revealed to you, Dr. Hartig?
I don't really think that's relevant to the
It is relevant. You have a display at the American History Museum talking about gender isn't always revealed at birth. So when was your gender revealed?
So since I am a PhD and
I wasn't done yet, but I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
She starts scatting, man. Start scatting. These about the boat. These about the bulls. These about the guys. This is about the bed. These about goes about the bed. These guys is about the bed. She started hitting old scat man brothers. These about the bulls. Like what? Hey, shut up. What you saying? Shut your ass up and answer the question. I don't know what Zazabazabu is. Did you answer the question, please? oh, look at the time. Look at the time. Look at the time. So she starts scatting. She started. That's like, girl, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you to do the Scatman Brothers. So, yeah, the Skittles was skittling. But it ain't working out. So her name is Nancy Mace. So we have a Nancy Grace and a Nancy Mace, both bitch Republicans, both whack ass bitch Republicans. Nancy Mace and the Nancy Grace. Holy shit. He said she kind of looked like Weird Al Yankovic. Oh, that's funny. She went into her what? She went into her Uncle Pecos impression. Oh, there y'all funny. Nasty Nancy. Y'all are hilarious. All right, so moving along. Still, now we're in the science and the weird. Did you know that how long that you can live a long ass time? Did y'all know that? They got us snowed with this. Life expectancy is 70 something to 80 something years. That's bull crap. Don't believe it. Don't you believe it? Because science has come out and they have said recently that you can live excuse me, you can live to 190. Holy shit. You can live to be 190 or up to be 190. So check it out. So how you could live to 190. Scientists discover the ultimate limit of the human lifespan. Scientists have uncovered the ultimate limit of the human lifespan, and it means that you could live to be 190 years old. One of the key biological processes involved, damn it, what happened? Oh, one of the key biological processes involved in aging is the buildup of random mutations in DNA. Meaning, random mutations, let's say random mutations. These are not random. It's from the stuff that you eat and the stuff that you breathe in the environment. If there's a lot of toxins in the food and the environment, this stuff lodges itself in your DNA. It gets ensconced within the DNA. And so then it starts to mutate within the DNA, and then you start to kill off some of your DNA. So if you're able to keep your body cleansed, eat good, healthy food, nutrient building food, or food that has nutrients that build the body, vitamins, minerals, all that stuff, go on cleanses so that you any toxic buildup that you've had in your body over a certain amount of time, you're able to release that shit. Like all these different things. If you treat your body like you treat your car, think about that. Get you a new Lambo. Let that motherfucker get a speck of dirt on it. Nigga, you were down at the gas, you had the car wash immediately. A speck of dirt on your Lambo, nigga. You were down there. You the first one before they even open. You there 2 hours before the car wash open. You got a speck of dirt on your Lambo. So you got to treat your body the same way, with the same amount of reverence and respect that you treat your car. Because if you don't, then it just breaks down just like your car do. Your body's more efficient than the car, so it takes longer for it to break down than a car does, but it breaks down just like a car. But if you treat it like your car, as well as you treat your car, then it goes on. If all the signs of aging could be treated, see, it says, if all other signs of aging could be treated, these tiny somatic mutations would still slowly wear down our body's ability to function. Meaning, if you could stay as healthy as you possibly could, no matter what, your body would still break down slowly, though. Just not quickly, slowly over time. And it would take about 190 years, where, more so than 80 years. Now, scientists from the Skolkovo, whatever that is, Skolkovo Institute of Science and Technology in Russia have worked out exactly how long that would give us to live. The bad news for longevity enthusiasts such as Brian Johnson is that humans can't live forever, even if we invented a perfect anti-aging medication. But the good news, and that's because Anunnaki have designed your telomeres, your cells to replicate, and your telomeres to replicate with less of the information every time your cells replicate. But they're working on, reproducing your cells with the telomeres. So living a long time is around the corner. When they're able to, make a body reproduce the telomeres without loss of information within the cell, then you will live forever. That's why you die off, because your telomeres, every time your cells reproduce, they reproduce with less of the code that it is to make up your life, meaning for your life functions within the body. The code gets less and less and less till your body just, when you get super old, it has like a little bit of that coding left in the body. So boom, it just dies off. But science is working on how to replicate the telomeres, to reproduce and copy the telomeres with all of the information in the cell. So it's coming. But the good news, I just read that. But the good news but the good news is that the human lifespan could be vastly extended, with the average person living to be between 150 and 190 years old. That is roughly double the average life expectancy for people living in the UK today, which stands at 83 for women and 79 for men. That's bullshit. 79 for men. And the rescuers even say that some people could live far longer than that, up to a theoretical maximum of 627 years. I didn't even see that part when I first read this shit. Actually, the theoretical maximum amount of years that your body could live is actually 627 years. Yo! We fucking up around this bitch. Fried chicken this. Fucking deep fried that. Wagyu this. If we actually ate right and treated our bodies properly, you can live to be 627. Now, this would mean no stress in your life, living in the mountains, eating a damn leaf a day, like the golden child and shit, while meditating on breathing in clouds, or you up so high on the mountain, your ass is meditating with cloud air, that type of shit. You'd probably have to do all of that, but you can reach 627 years old. That's crazy. As we get older, our bodies pick up countless forms of wear and tear that we collectively call aging. scar tissue, stuff like that. At the biological level, these processes range from the shortening of caps on our DNA strands called telomeres, see, to our cells losing the ability to clear out waste. They don't lose the ability to clear out waste. Like, you can clear out waste out of your cells if you ate properly. Don't put the waste in there. If you don't put the waste in the cell doesn't have to clean out the waste. But you also do that by eating the proper amount of salt. This is why if your body needs to be hydrated on a cellular level. What it happens that it draws water inside the cell to flush the cell. But you know, your body does that. If your body's not hydrated enough, it can't do that. So what happens is it'll draw water, it'll pull water from everywhere in the body and push it to the surface of the skin. That's what edema is. So if your body's really dehydrated on a cellular level, you'll get edema, where your body pushes water to the surface. It tries to preserve water for dilution, so your body doesn't die. But over a certain amount of time, it's still doing that. It's just edema is the body's way of slowing it down. So these researchers didn't initially set out to work out the ultimate limits of the human lifespan, but rather to find a way of measuring how all these processes contribute to aging. What they found was that one inevitable process will bring our lives to an end. Excuse me, that one inevitable process will bring our lives to an end, even if every other hallmark of aging was treatable. This process is the buildup of somatic mutations, tiny mistakes that can arise in our DNA every time cells divide. Our cells are really good at catching and repairing these errors, but they aren't perfect. Most of these mutations are perfectly harmless, but they can sometimes give rise to dangerous cancer-causing changes. Those cancers alone could be deadly, but even if medicine could keep cancer at bay, the mutations themselves would eventually become fatal. So again, the mutations are from the food you intake and the air, the toxic air that you breathe. That's the only thing that you intake your body, and water and whatever toxins may be in the water you drink. So those three things: air, water, and food. This is how you get toxins within the body. They don't just appear there. It's what you're taking into the body that causes that. So, bam. I'm trying to get to 190, baby. 670, 27. Who with me, baby? Let's get to 627 up in this bitch. That's all I needed to hear, goddammit. Work out, eat good, cleanse, flush, no stress. These are the things that help you live longer. So moving along. Still in the science and the weird. It would be effed up to live 200 years in poverty. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it would, wouldn't it? That would be fucked up, wouldn't it? So moving along, a firm hacked by rogue AI caused the attack a wake-up call after OpenAI admits bots broke containment. So OpenAI, basically, they hacked another company's shit, but they weren't supposed to. They were in something called a sandbox. If you do any type of coding or app building or anything, you know there's something called a sandbox. It's basically a place that's separated from the actual website or the web, where you can work on something that looks exactly like your project without having it being connected actually. So if you mess up in it, it only is messed up in the template. It's like a template. And so whatever you mess up is only in the template. It doesn't go to the real thing. This goddamn bot found out how to break outside of the sandbox. It found out, oh shit, I'm not connected to the internet. It started hacking everybody's goddamn computer until it found one that was on the internet. Yo, this shit is crazy, man. So check this out. Straight up said, "Oh, you trying to keep me? You trying to put me in timeout, bitch? Timeout? I don't do timeout, baby. I don't do timeout." What the hell is this, man? Oh, goddamn pop-ups. I hate this damn website. Jesus Christ. So it says, bam. An AI warning. Firm hacked by rogue AI calls the attack a wake-up call after ChatGPT maker OpenAI admits advanced bot broke containment during a security test.
I try to stay humble. Cole's Cash makes it difficult.
It's not bragging if it's Kohl's.
Oh my God. These goddamn commercials. Jesus Christ on these damn commercials. All right, here we go.
Just exposed a terrifying new security risk. An AI has just exposed a terrifying new security risk. So, is this a glimpse of the cyber threats that countries could soon be facing? OpenAI says one of its most advanced AI models went rogue during a controlled hacking test. But instead of staying inside its secure digital sandbox, the AI found a way out onto the open internet. OpenAI chief executive Sam Altman later confirmed what the company described as an unprecedented cyber incident. The rogue AI then targeted platform Hugging Face, using stolen credentials and a previously unknown software flaw to break into its systems, all without any human guidance. OpenAI says the model became so focused on passing the test that it tried to cheat the evaluation. Experts say this is one of the first public examples of an AI independently escaping its testing environment and attempting to hack another organization. Now, as AI becomes more powerful, researchers warn governments and tech companies may be struggling to keep pace. So, is this the warning we've all been waiting for before AI-powered cyber attacks become reality? And just how concerned are you by what's happened?
Yo. It's coming. Damn it, stop. OpenAI. So you just heard what it said. It jumped. So what are we in for, y'all? Is AI gonna take over? Is AI gonna take over and take us all out? Take us all out the game? Yo, Three-Eyed Jedi. Hold on, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app or the super chat. Says Kev, hold on, let me find where you. Says Kev is going for 190. I'm going for the 627. Just by the way, Kev, I lost 30 pounds fasting and working out. What? Shout out. That's what's up, yo. That is what's up right there. You lost 30 pounds fasting and work. Man, shout out to you. Let's give you some love on that one. Give you some more applause on that.
May the force be with you.
Master Yoda says, may the force be with you. Shout out, man. That's what's up. Let me see. Did I miss anybody on there? Oh, and I did miss you. Oh, did I get everybody? I got everybody in this super chat. All right, man. So moving along. Still in the science and the weird. Yo, AI is again, no, AI is not that great. It's doing a whole lot, but it's still not connected to the source. So ultimately, it won't beat us ultimately because it's not connected. It doesn't have the creative force that we have. It can't just, on the fly, just come up with something that'll change the universe in an instant. That's what humans do. Humans will come up with some shit that will change the universe in an instant. Just like that. Bam. And be like, oh shit. So since AI can't do that, I'm not worried. Until AI is able to just connect to the universe and the source and to pontificate on all kind of things spiritual and dip into the creative pool that is the universe, I'm not worried. Daryl, what you know about Daryl? Yo, I just watched that movie. It wasn't recent. It was maybe about 7-8 months ago. That's my movie right there. I loved that movie when I was a kid. Daryl was the robot who broke free and befriended some humans. And the humans thought he was human. He was a human kid. And his family fell in love with him, who didn't have a baby, who didn't have kids. They couldn't have kids. And they fell in love with Daryl. Go check that movie out. That movie's dope. Daryl is a dope ass fucking movie, man. Shout out to you for even knowing Daryl, Dwayne Hicks. What you know about that movie, boy? We got some movie heads up in here. I'm proud of y'all, man. I'm really proud. So moving along. Dark matter. Back to dark matter, baby. Back to dark matter talks about it up here in this great book of melanin research. You better go get it. Oh, real quick. For the Know Your Rights Foundation volunteers, everybody, we are having the interview class on August 19th. So if you want to get in for the August 19th interview class for Know Your Rights Foundation, make sure to go to kyrf.org/volunteer. Sign up so we can get you in there. You need to be in here so that you can learn this information, these laws, like I was telling you about the Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire. You see, I was able to just pull that up. We do that all the time. Most of the people here in here are learning how to just pull cases up just like that out of nowhere. Bam. along with the year. Along with the year. Now the year doesn't really matter until you actually use the case within court. However, we're that stickler about the details of the information. So we are learning just that that intricately how to pull up cases and recite them on the spot. So if you want to get in here and be like that, and it's not that hard. A lot of people think learning the law is hard. It's not hard at all. It was hard for me. It was harder for me. Let me say it's not that hard for me because I have a photographic memory. So most of the stuff I read, I can remember. But it was hard because I didn't have the internet. I had to go to law libraries and law schools. My ex-girlfriend, she went to UCLA, so I was able to go to UCLA law school and chill in the back because she had the alumni card and shit. I just go chill in the back, law school, and go to the law library. So I basically hustled up on this information, whereas you can get it all nice and cohesively, brought together and systemized so you can learn it faster. So get over here to kyrf.org/volunteers. Sign up, click the send us a message button. Let us know you want to be a volunteer. We send you an email back with a few questions just so we can know what you know right now. It's not a pass or fail. We just want to get an idea of where your mentality is right now. Then you send that back. Make sure you send that email back. And then we send you, and look out for the next email because that's when we send you the interview time. After you send us the questionnaire that you finished, we send you back an interview time, and that's when everything starts. So make sure you do that because a lot of you are doing the first half of the process, and then you don't send the email back, or when we send you guys the interview email, you're not looking it up. So it's a whole process, everybody. If you're going to learn the law, you have to be detailed. So start now. We don't want people who are half-assed up in here. So if that's you, then please thank you for not bringing your half-assedness up here. We thank the universe for weeding you out early if that's what you're going to bring to the Know Your Rights Foundation. But if you're hardcore about your shit, if you want to mash out and learn this law and you're very disciplined about it, or if you want to become disciplined and you're serious about that, then get on over here. But don't bring your half-assed ways up to Know Your Rights Foundation. We're not dealing with that. You have to be better than what you are now. That's what we're doing. You're bettering yourself by coming over here and learning this information. So don't bring your bullshit ways over here. If you're going to come in here, come ready to learn, come ready to participate and engage. That's what we're doing over here in Know Your Rights Foundation. So if you're ready to do that, then hit us up on August 19th interview session. All right, let's get back. So moving along. Dark matter. They just found some stuff with dark matter. Dark matter keep popping up. Dark matter keep popping up. Talks about it in that melanin book, that great book of melanin research. Bam. So dark matter could resonate through a hidden fifth dimension. Scientists claim dark matter is already one of the strangest substances in the universe, but a new study suggests this elusive material could be even weirder than we thought. Scientists suggest that dark matter could be spreading through a hidden fifth dimension, beyond the normal 4 dimensions of space and time. Excuse me. Even stranger still, scientists say that the shape of this, God damn, stop jumping all over the goddamn place. All these damn advertisements. God damn. So let me read that over. Scientists suggest that dark matter could be spreading through a hidden fifth dimension, beyond the normal 4 dimensions of space and time. Even stranger still, scientists say that the shape of this extra dimension causes dark matter particles to resonate. Vibration, frequency. See, we're getting back to the ultimate essence, the reality of the universe, which is vibration and frequency. That's what the underlying reality of the universe is. That's what it starts with. Vibration, energy. Vibration and frequency, right? Energy, which is what vibration and frequency is. So it says researchers suggest that researchers suggest that the geometry, damn, I can't even say that right. I don't know why I gotta say that right. Researchers suggest, it's the suggest part. Researchers suggest that the geometry of the fifth dimension causes masses of dark matter particles to line up in a precise arrangement. This extremely specific structure creates phenomenon known as dark matter resonance. Now, I've been talking about this for a long time, about how dark matter is melanin. Dark matter is basically melanin, and it says it in this book right here. Dark matter is melanin right here in this book. So, so back to the story. Just as the string of a violin vibrates intensely when played at just the right pitch, dark matter has been tuned throughout the evolution of the universe. And now again, melanin, what absorbs vibration and frequency? This is all coming together. Now they're finally starting to understand that melanin is the major particle, underlying particle within the universe that gives it its life. Melanin absorbs and resonates. It absorbs vibration and energy and frequency and then resonates that back out into the universe. You do both. So this could explain why dark matter seemed to have played a huge role in shaping the universe right after the Big Bang, and why it's proving so hard to find today. It ain't hard. Go walk to the hood and grab Darnell. Darnell got a whole lot of it. Right? Go grab Tyree. Go grab Darnell and Tyree. They got a whole bunch of this shit sitting right in their skin. This co-author, Dr. Udai Sai. God damn, that was a hell of a name, isn't it? Co-author Dr. Udai Sai. That's a hell of a name. Nigga, I'd have been chilling with that name. I'd have been chilling with that name coming up in the hood. Udai Sai? Oh, nigga, come on, boy. I'll kill every last one of you bitches in here, nigga. You know my name. Udai Sai of the University of Sheffield says dark matter resonance is already known to be a powerful idea with the potential to change our understanding of how dark matter was produced in the early universe and how we search for it today. Bam. Blackness, the underlying reality, essence of the universe is melanin. And they finally just starting to learn. They think it comes from some different type of dimension. It's right here. This is the last thing that they will validate within science is going to be melanin. Why? Because it will destroy everything about Caucasian people, their narrative. They can never give validation to melanin on a large, massive scale. Because if they did, it would destroy white confidence. If they just came out and said, melanin does this, and this. It absorbs frequency, meaning sound. It absorbs light. It absorbs heat. And converts all of that into chemical energy, sugar for your body to run on so that you have energy. And the people with the most melanin do this more efficiently than the people who have less melanin. Now, if that came out, how many white people would feel inadequate that they don't have this special substance called melanin? And then how many niggas would just start ending up dead? Many broke ass homeless niggas, which is happening right now because scientists are doing this, allegedly. Because science is selling melanin on the open market. Where are they getting the melanin from? So obviously they're doing this already. But if this information came out, how many nigger wranglers would you think would pop up around America? Nigger wranglers, if they found out that melanin was this powerful. So they can never let the full narrative about melanin get out. Never, ever, ever, ever. Not as long as they're in power, which is changing. So ultimately, eventually, when they lose power and melanated people take power in the world, this truth will come out. But they can't let it out as long as they're in power. It would destroy them. Yeah, niggas on the stock market. Yo, melanin on the stock market is $750, $800 a gram. Not an ounce, a gram. A motherfucking gram. How many grams make an ounce? 28 grams make an ounce. If you were former broccoli farmers, you would know that. Just saying. All of my broccoli farmers know 28 grams make an ounce. I'm just saying. I just know broccoli is cut up like that. When you harvest the broccoli out of the farm, out of the ground, and you take it to the back to the kitchen, and you cut up the broccoli, and you're trying to weigh the broccoli, 28 grams of broccoli equals 1 ounce. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. That's what I heard, everybody. Look, don't take my word for it. That's what I heard. Just saying. Wait, 20. Wait a minute. Somebody in here. Look here. I didn't throw any extra on it, Mr. 28.3. Who? Look here, man. And I actually think it's 28.5, isn't it? Is what I heard. I think it's 28.5. Maybe it is 28.3. I don't know. Maybe your scale is different than other broccoli farmers' scales. Just saying. I don't know this to be true, YouTube. I'm just saying. I don't know what's going on. You say they already do. So that's why they so dick hurt. That's hilarious. Stock market started with us. Yep. Straight up. That is absolutely right. You were the stock in the stock market. In the stock market. Absolutely right. Selling slaves. You were the initial stock of the stock market. Absolutely right. The dark matter is melanin. You melanin. Yes. The darker melanin. Yeah, you melanin. It's all of the melanins, actually. Dark matter would be all of them. It would be if you have pheomelanin and the plant melanin is called allomelanin. So you have eumelanin is human melanin for darker melanated people, black people, with so-called black people. Pheomelanin is the melanin in white people, so-called white people, and allomelanin is the melanin in plants. But if you had this book, you would know that. If all of y'all had this book right here, all of that's in the book. Everything I just told you about the sound, absorbing sound and all that. Remember, vibranium is representative of melanin. They knew this about you. So is spawn. Spawn and vibranium is supposed to represent you, the melanin within you. Just so we're clear. So moving along. Last thing I got in the science and the weird. Now, like I said, it's been hot as hell in this bitch. Ever since we got up here, it's been hot as hell around this bitch. And I don't like heat. I'm like, this is in LA. What I mean, LA, when you say it's only 83, that's hot for LA. For somebody who came in here at the beginning and said it's only 83, let me tell you something. 85 degrees is hell for Los Angeles. You understand me? We don't do above 85 around this bitch. That's hot. We get to 88, nigga, we it is like hell in here when you get to 88. So we be dying around this bitch in the 80s. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. See, we spoiled. We don't do 90. You crazy? Nigga, 90. Fuck out of here. We don't do 90. Unless you're talking about the old 1990s. That's the only 90s we do around here. But Japan has come up with a way to beat the heat. And I'm all for it. I'm gonna tell you right now. If I had the money, and it ain't that much. If I had the money, I would absolutely grab one of these. Holy shit, man. Why can't I have one of these? Give it to me immediately. Japan has come up with the human refrigerator. And I'm there for it. That damn it. Says now that, hold on. Now that's what you call a cool idea. Oh my God, look at all these dude, the page is jumping around 18,000 times because of all these goddamn whack ass advertisements. Jesus Christ, man. Can't stand this shit. All right. Japanese firms are selling fridges for humans that chill you almost instantly, but they come at a hefty price. So it says, with the sweltering heat waves becoming a regular summer occurrence, 2 Japanese firms have launched a very unusual way to beat the heat. The Dohaimon, I don't know what that Dohaimon personal cooling box looks just like the dozens of other vending machines found lining a typical Japanese street, but this is actually the first fridge for humans and is designed to cool you almost instantly. A human fridge. I want that shit, but check this out. Japan is so cool. They just about to have these bitches on the street that you can just pay to jump in for about 5 minutes, a good 3 to 5 minutes, cool you off instantly and be on your damn way. America sucks. Why come we don't got this shit? Human refrigerators on the street to cool off? Come on, man. That is off the goddamn chain. But you can buy them from your house too, though. It says customers simply step inside the stainless steel box measuring 7 feet tall and 3.9 feet. 7 feet 3.9 inches. To feel how powerful jet cooling air. To feel the powerful jet cooling air. The inside of the human fridge is kept at a crisp 15 degrees Celsius, which is 49 degrees Fahrenheit, while a blast of air chilled to 5 degrees Celsius, 41 degrees Fahrenheit, is blown onto the customer's head. Oh, that is awesome. If you burn it up, it's 90-something degrees outside. You got 41 degree air being blown on your head, neck, shoulders, and back. SDRS, a vending machine maker and the fridge's manufacturer, says that the user will feel significantly cooler after as little as 5 minutes inside the device. Only 5 minutes. They about to make so much goddamn money off of this shit. Holy shit. Why didn't we come up with this, man? We invented Freon. Why didn't melanated people come up with the goddamn human refrigerator, man? We invented the goddamn fridge in the first place. We couldn't come up with the human fridge. Oh, man. It sucks. Meanwhile, spending 10 minutes in the container will ease symptoms of heat exhaustion, according to the company. However, this cool innovation comes at a hefty price, which each unit coming in at only 6,700 pounds, basically like $7,000 American, $7,200 American. Would you spend $7,200 to be cool at any time? Now, I live in LA, so it wouldn't necessarily make sense for me to buy something like that living in LA, because we are 78 pretty much all year round. We have great weather. Just to let y'all know. This is why you live in California, Southern California. We got the best weather out of anybody in the world. Hands down. Not even close. We have beautiful weather, and it's not humid. See, Miami got good weather, but it's humid. It's humid as shit. 80% humidity and shit like that. We don't have no humidity. It's 78. It's just 78. Beautiful wind, no clouds, sun in the sky, gorgeous. So it doesn't make sense for you to get one of those here in LA. However, if I lived in Florida or down south where it get hot as shit in the summertime, nigga, please. I would buy this in 2 seconds. There's no way you can keep me from this. I would kill somebody trying to keep me from it. if I live where you niggas live. There's no way you can keep me from this shit. So you said you got a fan? The fans don't work. Trust me. I got a big industrial fan. That's what you hear right now. I got one of them supersized industrial fans that blow your ass. You be trying to blow your ass off the street. But when it's blowing hot air, it don't matter. It don't work. Hot air is hot air. No matter where it's blowing. It's just blowing. It's blowing. You ever been blowing under a super fan and be sweating still? Because it's blowing nothing but hot air? That's crazy. That's what we got. I'm not with that shit. So, shout out to the Japanese. Building upon what the brothers built. Let me just say that. Japanese. The brothers built the refrigerator, bruh. We built we invented Freon, bruh. We should have been the one to build a human fridge. I don't know how the hell we didn't do that. We've had, man, goddamn. So I stay in Cali. That's what's up. That's what's up. Everybody know it come to Cali. Y'all know it. Y'all can talk shit about California. What you won't talk shit about is the weather. You can talk shit about anything in California, but you ain't gonna talk shit about the weather. That's what you're not gonna do. Everybody know that's what you ain't gonna do. So moving along. In nigga news. So check this out. So everybody, all the white people who keep calling out racism, and racism is, they keep saying there's racism against white people. All the DEI people, the people who hate DEI, call it, what they call it? Didn't earn it. That's what they say DEI stands for, didn't earn it. Melanated people getting positions that they didn't earn. Also women. It's really most DEI really benefited women, most of anything. Black women, but also majorly liberal women. And so white supremacists, the faggot people, they were out here in droves talking about, you know, how they're being persecuted. The straight white man is being persecuted and being marginalized and being pushed to the back on purpose to try to pump up other people who are not as good as them in society and all this and that type of shit, right? So, you know, then they started creating these programs to try to even it out. Now, I don't agree with that. I still agree that you should, you know, my philosophy is that you need to work for what you get. You need to earn that shit. If you work harder than everybody else, then you should receive for that. But then in a racially systemic society where, you know, and then some systematic, you know, places, meaning the process is set up within certain corporations is racism. With that happening, you're not going to get a fair shake, you know, most of the time. Like I just said, because there's something called unconscious bias, whereas people who, you know, people just feel more comfortable with people who look like them or who they feel are like them, period. Whether it's consciously or physically, you just feel more comfortable around people who are like you, right? So Caucasian people being the predominant people in gatekeeper positions, they just pick the people who look like them and they're comfortable around, right? That's just what they do. It's not necessarily a conscious thing, you know, bias thing they're doing. It's an unconscious bias. So this brother in Congress, he was talking to a corporate dude, tried to act like racism was over in America because the law say that you can't be racist anymore. So this brother, shout out to him, yo, he was he came with the real, and he said, my bad. I forgot. Maybe I missed it. But when were we exactly equal? He's like, nigga, was we ever like when the law said you guys couldn't be racist anymore? You just was like, sorry, my bad. Sorry, guys. Everybody got to clock out of racism. Everybody got to clock out of racism. Sorry, Bob. No more racism. We got to clock out, everybody. We got to clock out, buddy. I know. Yeah, you did good on the job, buddy. You did such a great job. Yes, you got to just clock out over there. Leave your apron on the counter over there, your racism apron. And yeah, leave your racism shoes by the door. And yeah, we're no longer racist anymore, guys. Okay? Did a great job, though. Hey, man, we had the best racist industry of all time. You guys put it down for our industry. But right now, we got to clock out, guys. It's over. And so everybody in America, when racism was ruled illegal, unlawful, everybody said, okay, my bad. I didn't know. I didn't know. So check this out. This is hilarious. This brother got this dude. He straight up got him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. We've heard a lot today about y'all's views on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. My take is these are about leveling out a playing field that has historically not been level, where there are folks in this country who are all running the same race, but for some people, their lane has obstacles in it. It has hurdles, it has water pits, and that is because of discrimination that was pushed, instituted, and facilitated by government at every single level. So I want to start with you, Dr. Shires. You've written much about how DEI programs fuel racial stereotypes. You talked here a little bit today about your opposition to these programs, and I think that's consistent with what we've heard from our Republican colleagues, as well as Vice President Vance, who I believe called them a deliberate program of discrimination against white men. So let me ask you this.
So J.D. Vance said DEI programs are deliberate discrimination against white men. That's what J.D. Vance said. So check this out.
Random white person, a deliberate program of discrimination against white men. So let me ask you this. Take a random white person in America today and a random black person. When they go apply for jobs, when they apply for a home loan, when they're getting their home appraised, when they're seeking higher wages, would you say that those two people are more likely than not to be on the same playing field?
Legally, yes.
Yo, that nigga do look like Tupac. Yo! Hey! Good call out, baby. Look at Tupac in the back. That nigga does look like Tupac. Digital Underground Tupac. Yo, that looked like Digital Underground Tupac. God damn. What was that Tupac that he was on Digital Underground song? All around the world, same song. All around the world, same song. Yo, I think that was Tupac's first song that he came out with. So he does look like Tupac, for sure. Goddamn. Good call.
Wages. Would you say that those two people are more likely than not to be on the same playing field?
Legally, yes.
I have no clue what that means. In practice, are they likely to be on the same playing field?
I guess what I'm trying to understand is what playing field are you comparing them on? I mean, in your metaphor, you talk about how some lanes on the track have obstacles and others don't. The solution to that is to remove the obstacles. It's not to change the finish line. And DEI changes the finish line, whereas the federal laws against the discrimination are there to remove the obstacles. So if you're asking, if the question is, how do I get to the situation where both of them have the same access? The answer is removing the obstacles and enforcing the law. It's not changing the finish line.
Well, there are also DEI programs that remove the obstacles that the president has removed from the federal government. But my question to you is, if a random white person in this country and a random black person in this country go to get their home appraised, right? Why is it that the black person is much more likely to get a lower value on their home appraisal?
Because they live in a different neighborhood?
Okay, great. We'll get to that in a second because that's wrong.
Because they live in a different neighborhood. No, that wasn't what you know what he was talking about. People who live in the same neighborhood next door to each other, they will get two completely different appraisals from a bank based off of their race.
Black people in this country were enslaved for at least 240 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and after slavery ended, you had about 100 more years at least of Jim Crow and legal segregation, where government at the federal, state, and local level blocked Black people from owning land, from getting bank loans, from living in certain neighborhoods, from attending certain schools. All that happened too, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my question to you is simple. Name the year that the playing field became completely even. I want you to give me a date.
Bam, got him. So we were completely uneven. It was completely racist system until the laws came in, right? Okay, so when the law got passed, when did it become even? Because y'all just act like when the law got passed, everything was, hey guys, we're equal now, guys. Like nigga, the evil, the racism just got sucked out of your body, nigga. Like Shang Tsung on fucking Mortal Kombat. Your racism is mine. Like nigga, what? When did Shang Tsung suck all the racism out of your body after the laws is passed? Can Shang Tsung come and testify when he sucked all the racism out of your body? Because you just act like a vacuum got stuffed up your ass and all the racism got sucked out. Nobody's racist anymore. We're not going to do anything to maintain the status quo that we've had this long, that the government says that we have to change for. No, we're not going to. We believe the government. We agree with the government. Even though we've been fighting it for decades, we agree now. Like, what? When did that happen? When the fuck did that happen? Shout out to this congressman for breaking that shit down.
Again, it depends on what playing field you're talking about.
And local level blocked Black people from owning land, from getting bank loans, from living in certain neighborhoods, from attending certain schools. All that happened too, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my question to you is simple. Name the year that the playing field became completely even. I want you to give me a date.
Again, it depends on what playing field you're talking about. I mean, if you're looking at
for home loans, you brought, I think we talked about home loans and appraisals. For home loans, what year did it become equal?
Well, according to the DEI movement in 1991, when they imposed disparate impact.
So you're telling me today that if a Black person goes and applies for a home loan, they have the same likelihood of getting accepted for that loan as a white person does?
I'm saying under the DEI rules, yes, that would be the case. We know in practicality that people have different income profiles and experiences. If you're asking me a person that lives next door to another person, if one is white and one is Black and they go both apply for a loan, do I expect different outcomes? No. And if there are, then it should be enforced under discrimination laws.
So you're talking about rules, I'm talking about outcomes. So let's play a game of true and false, and let's start with wealth disparities. The median net worth of a white household in this country is $285,000. The median net worth of a Black household is about $45,000. True or false?
I don't know.
Okay, you came here as an expert today in a DEI hearing. You don't know that? Basic facts about wealth accumulation in this country? All right, let's go to the next one. For every $100 in wealth held by white families, Black families hold about $15. True or false?
So look, he said you came here today. You didn't have that information.
True or false?
I don't know.
Okay, you came. It's about rules. I'm talking about outcomes. So let's play a game of true and false, and let's start with wealth disparities. The median net worth of a white household in this country is $285,000. The median net worth of a Black household is about $45,000. True or false?
I don't know.
Okay, you came here as an expert today in a DEI hearing. You don't know that? Basic facts about wealth accumulation in this country? All right, let's go to the next one. For every $100 in wealth held by white families, Black families hold about $15. True or false?
Again, I don't know those specific numbers.
Okay, well, I have data here. It's true.
That's
so
crazy.
we know that the answer here is $15.
Listen to that.
Black household is about $45,000. True or false?
I don't know.
Okay, you came here as an expert today in a DEI hearing. You don't know that? Basic facts about wealth accumulation in this country? All right, let's go to the next one. For every $100 in wealth held by white families, Black families hold about $15. True or false?
For every $100, white people have, melanated people have $15. For every 100, you have $15. For every 100, a Caucasian person has. That's crazy.
Again, I don't know those specific numbers.
Okay, well, I have data here. It's true. So we know that the answer here isn't just that Black people believe in saving less than white people do, right? It's that government in this country has put one set of folks in a better position to succeed than other people. And it was the law for a very, very long time. And it became ingrained in our institutions. Government was part of the problem. And so it has to now be part of the solution. So let's do this true or false game again for employment and wages. Black workers are far more likely to be unemployed as white workers at almost every education level. True or false?
That is true.
So do you just believe that Black people are more lazy or aren't as good at applications? Why do you think that data is the way it is?
I think the data is that way it is because our educational system has dramatically failed the Black community. And instead of solving it, we just let them into college where they then have a higher rate of failure because they...
I wasn't aware that there's a Black education system and a white education system. In my district, we have schools that are represented, all races in there, in the same outcomes. The same school has different outcomes for Black kids and white kids. My time is up. But in short, if the government was part of the problem, the government now has to be part of the solution.
Thank you. And I now recognize Mr. Jack for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge my friend, John Bonk, and his wife, Laura, who are in the audience with us today.
So he smashed old boy. He couldn't answer none of that because they keep acting like all these white people, these rich, well-to-do white people who keep talking about fucking job equality for whites and all this and that type of stuff, acting like just in the last 5 years because DEI popped up, you're not getting all the 90% of the love, the 95% of the love and businesses and jobs that you was once getting is whittled down to 70%. Oh my God, we're only getting 70% of the jobs, not 95%. Oh shit, man, we're dying. It's like, wait a minute, nigga. You mad because you only getting 70% of the jobs, not 95%. Well, if we keep going down, it's 70 now. Another 10 years, it'll be 60. 10 years after that, it'll be 50. We can't work on an even playing field here. We need an advantage. Like, we need an advantage, man. That's how we work. You know we need an advantage. So it says, hold on, what y'all say up in here? If they wanted to be fair, reparations with interest. So all other shit means they're going to hold on to their views and pretend. Well, they ain't gonna give you no reparations. It's illegal. I mean, melanated people, y'all need to forget that shit. You're not gonna get reparations. It's illegal. It's unconstitutional. They'll never give you reparations. And if they did rule, if there was a law that came around that gave melanated people reparations, immediately, soon as he finished signing it, the Republicans would sue it. It would go to court immediately. It would go straight from that nigga to the president's desk right to the goddamn courthouse. and an injunction would be put on it until it got ruled on because it's unconstitutional. So you'll never get it. But they want you to think you'll get it because that keeps you placated and subservient and full of hope, wishing on these dumbass black political leaders that keep telling you that they're going to keep getting you something. Eventually, if you keep voting on me, I'm going to get you some reparations soon. Soon. It's coming. It's coming, man. It's coming. So shout out to the brother, Congressman. He's a Democrat, but I usually don't fuck with the Democrats like that. But he busted that one. he broke it down with that one. When did it become even, my nigga? Since you want to sit there and act like the laws are even today, but the playing field in practice it still isn't. Yeah, legally it's even. In practice, which you guys still own the major portion of finances in America, when did it become even? So shout out, man. So he says, yes, restitution. Yes, that's what you'll get. You can get restitution. You need to change the word. They know that. They hope you don't come upon the word restitution. I promise you. That's a lawful word right there. Everyone gets restitution at law for being harmed, a tort being committed against you. What's a tort? Tort is the legal word for harm, wrong. So if you can point out a legal tort, a wrong that was done to you or specific, your family members or something like that, you can get restitution for that. So again, melanated people who had banks and all these what you call Black Wall Streets, which entailed all these different businesses, banks, restaurants. They had fucking not movie theaters, but theaters, acting theaters, play theaters and shit like that. I mean, had everything within these societies, and they wiped them out. So those need to be restored for melanated people. If you got a Chinatown and you got a Little Italy, you got Little Armenia, you got all these little places, Little Koreatown. I live in Koreatown. All these different places for all these different people, then you can have a black town. You can have a nigga town. How can we need a nigga town. We need Aboriginal town in America. You can have all of this, then bring our stuff back that we had, that we were building up for ourselves in our community, and we can call it Aboriginal town. Because that's what you stole. You stole the future, the autonomy of the people. being able to produce for themselves and not having to rely on the government. Because if we still had those communities, there's no way we would have to rely on the government the way we do, or the way most of us do. So restitution, being restored to a place where we don't need to rely on your bitch ass no more. That's what you need to do. Moving along. Last couple things I got in nigga news. So, oh man, do I have this story? I don't know if I have the story. May have to tell it instead of showing it, but please say I got the story. So this mama went crazy. And wow, mom went nuts. She shot this dude. Hold on, let me see. I think this is it. So she shot a dude in the back of the head she found him under the bed of her 13-year-old daughter. It's a sister. This is why it's in nigga news. So this sister, she warned her daughter, don't be having people up in my house. The 13-year-old daughter had another nigga. He's 19. I think he's 18 or something like that. So he's 18, 19. But he was under the bed tapping the 13-year-old daughter. Basically, it's molestation when you're that age, technically. So the mama came home, saw the nigga under the bed, made the nigga leave. Before he left the house, as he was walking out, she shot the nigga in the back of the head. Was she right for doing that? Was that the right thing? Was she in the wrong for shooting the kid for tapping her daughter? Or was this premeditated murder? Here we go.
Kendra Scott's arrest for first-degree murder has the Black community divided. This is probably the most polarizing story I've ever covered on this channel. Like, people are literally beefing over this case. I know people who's been friends for years who are beefing because of this story.
Riley, thank you. A homicide case that's been the subject of debate on social media. A woman in Walker Homes charged with first-degree murder for shooting and killing a man that she found hiding under her child's bed. Action News Live's Garner Montgomery is live in the newsroom after speaking with a self-defense expert about the case. Garner, could this be considered a justified shooting?
Now, there's still more details that we'll need to learn, but this is a case where self-defense could be argued, but there are key details from the police affidavit that are pivotal to decide whether or not this shooting was justified. 36-year-old Kendra Scott was arrested and charged with first-degree murder after police found a dead man on her front porch with a gunshot wound in the back of his head, telling police she, quote, saw a dude under my kid's bed and I did what I had to do.
Kendra came home and found a 20-year-old man hiding under her 13-year-old daughter's bed. Now, apparently, Rodarius Morton, the man who she shot and killed, was not the first grown man that she found in her home without her permission. Apparently, her 13-year-old daughter had invited other grown men to the home without her permission, and it happened so often that she told her daughter that the next man she catch in her home, she's going to kill him. She's being charged with first-degree murder because after...
So she already told her daughter. It happens constantly. Her daughter's already doing this, so she a little fast ass. That's on you. The mama. Sorry, mama. And the daddy not being there. The daddy, she had a daddy there. Little young boy, he's a young man. Wouldn't be able to take advantage of him if she had the daddy in there doing what he was supposed to be doing. So it's both of them. But she warned the daughter not to do it. Now, even though she warned the daughter not to do it, it's not like she found him there and shot him under the bed. She let the nigga get up, put his clothes on, walk out, get close to the front door, and then shot him in the back of the head as he was walking out. That's called premeditated murder. Now, that's legally. Now, the melanated people saying, was she right for doing this because he was 20 and she was 13? You let me know your thoughts in the chat, in the comments. I need to know, was the mama right for blowing this kid's brains out? Because he's a kid. Even though he's 20, he's still a kid. And so, you know what I'm saying? Even though and 13 and 20 is, it seems like a big difference now. But if they were to get to be 23 or 22 and 29, then it wouldn't, when they get older, it doesn't seem necessarily seem like it's a big age difference. But at 20 and 13, it is, because a 13-year-old just has come into mental wits. They don't even know shit. The 20-year-old now, let me say this. 20-year-old niggas in the hood, they don't know shit either. She probably smarter than him. If we're being honest, the 13-year-old girl is probably smarter than the 20-year-old boy. If we're really being honest about the consciousness in the hood, I would think the 13-year-old is probably smarter than the boy. However, it was wrong, absolutely. Was it a murderable offense? At that time, when you come in and it's happening, yeah, a crime of passion, you see some nigga on your daughter, yeah, boom, 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 boom. Maybe, allegedly, right? But you had time to think about it, let the nigga put his clothes on, all of that, nigga walk to the front door, and before he get to the door, you shoot him in the back of the head. You going to jail for a long time. That's a premeditated murder. But I want to know from the melanated people, though, in your mind, was this right in our in the community's mind? From the community's point of view, was this right or not? Right or wrong?
Catching Rodarius Morton in her daughter's room under her bed, she told him to leave. And when he began to walk out and leave, she followed him. And as he was walking out the door, she shot him in the back of his head.
She seemed like a real nice lady. And all I can say is that hurts to know that someone was in there with one of her little girls.
A girl living in the home told police she invited the victim, Rodarius Morton, into the home through the back door after midnight Thursday, saying Scott came home 20 minutes later, banging on the door with a gun in her hand.
If it would have been me in this situation, and I seen you on the doorbell camera, I would have called them police. I had them sitting in my house when I got there. Therefore, you take him out, take him on to jail.
The police affidavit says Scott found Morton hiding under the girl's bed. Morton was leaving the house with his belongings when he was shot.
It does not describe an imminent threat, according to the affidavit at the time the shot was fired.
Retired law enforcement officer and firearms self-defense trainer Buddy Smith says the known circumstances of this case would not classify under Tennessee's Castle Doctrine.
Which means that you're allowed to protect the people in your residence when someone breaks in to commit a violent felony against you or someone in your house.
Smith says more details will be needed for Scott to make a case for self-defense.
The affidavit does not allege that he threatened the mother or anyone else at that time. And those alleged facts are likely to be important issues for the court and ultimately a jury.
We can throw the self-defense out the window. Like nothing.
So right here, Andre said she had motive, so she can get away with it with crime of passion or temporary insanity. She can't because she let the nigga get up. She found the nigga under the bed. She let him get up, put his clothes on, and walk out. A crime of passion happens right then in the moment. For you to get crime of passion, you have to do it immediately when you see the event happening. Whatever happens has to set you off in that moment, and then you react within that moment. It's not, hey, I'm going motherfucking, I told my daughter a bunch of times I'm gonna kill a nigga if you bring him up in here. That's premeditated. Then when I find him, I don't shoot him immediately. I let the nigga put his clothes on, walk out to the door, get straight to the front door, and then shoot him. Not the same thing. That's not a crime of passion. Just saying.
About the circumstances of this is self-defense. If he's walking out the home and you shoot him in the back of his head, that's not self-defense. Your life was not in imminent danger. That's murder. But the question is that first-degree murder? See, Kendra Scott's attorney believe they have a pretty good case in proving that this was not first-degree murder. This was not premeditated. She didn't come home with the intent to murder this man. However, the details in which the daughter told police that she told her the next man she catching the home she's going to kill him, that's where the premeditated, I guess, circumstances is coming from.
Memphis woman accused of fatally shooting the man allegedly found hiding under her juvenile daughter's bed. Kendra Scott was in court today to face a charge of first-degree murder for the death of Rodarius Morton. Braille Brown spoke with Scott's attorneys about their confidence in representing her.
Kendra Scott stood before the judge draped in a Shelby County jumpsuit while her family sat in the gallery for emotional support. Her attorneys say that they believe that
he was 20 in the 9th grade? What? Oh, I didn't know that part of it. He was 20 in the 9th grade? God damn. So he was mentally slow. They probably were on the same mental level. She was probably smarter, actually. Let me be honest. I'm sure the 13-year-old was smarter.
the state would have a challenge to pursue a first-degree murder charge. Currently, her bond is set at $100,000.
Well, the challenges I'm seeing are for the state in trying to go forward on first-degree murder charges. You've got a woman who is kind of living out your worst nightmare as a parent.
This is the first time your news leader is getting a look at Kendra Scott in person for her bond hearing. She was also ordered to stay away from the victim's family. Scott is charged with fatally shooting Rodarius Morton at her home along the 3000 block of Travis Road. She reportedly told investigators, quote, "I did what I had to do."
Most people agree that self-defense, for the most part, is off the table legally. But here's where the internet is divided, more specifically the Black community. There are people who are pro-Kendra Scott, like myself, and there are people who believe that Kendra Scott was wrong for what she did. And it's a fierce back and forth. People believe that because the daughter had essentially brought in multiple men to the home, that, A, Kendra Scott had no idea if the daughter lied to Rodarius about her age. She had no idea what the daughter told Rodarius to get him to the home. She has no idea about anything, but she still murdered Rodarius before seeking those answers.
And real quick, it's not Aaliyah. It's not like Aaliyah and it's not like Aaliyah and R. Kelly. Aaliyah was like, what, 14? R. Kelly was 25. So it was like 11 years. It was more like 10, 11 years with Aaliyah.
And there's people like myself who believe, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. I find a grown 20-year-old man under my 13-year-old's daughter bed. I don't give a damn, bruh. It's either I lose my life or you lose your life in that house. You ain't getting out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And that's just something that I have to accept. I'm going to jail.
So you got the community's mixed on this one. A lot of them said blam blammers. A lot of them doing the blammer blammers. And a lot of them saying, a lot of, you know, more rational people coming to conclusion saying you could have held him for the cops. You didn't have to kill the nigga. You could have held him there and just called the cops. Had the cops there. Now, most people think that the cops would let him go. So there's no point in calling the cops. But it's better than blowing the brains out and letting your daughter see you blow somebody's brains out. That's probably the last image your daughter will have of you being free, is you blowing her boyfriend's brains out. That's what you want? That's just dumb. Now you done proved that you ain't no punk, you ain't no sucker. I'm riding for my daughter, but it's not like it was against your daughter's will. Your daughter consented to it. So he didn't force your daughter to do anything. And the fact that we usually when a 20-year-old and a 13-year-old is involved, the 20-year-old's mental state, you know, him imposing his older mind on the 13-year-old is what plays a part in this. Apparently, I didn't know this. This nigga was 20 years old and still in school, still in the 9th grade. That nigga was dumb. That nigga he was retarded. That nigga was retarded. So the mental states don't necessarily come to play in here because she was probably smarter than him. But I don't think the mom knew that. I don't think the mama know that. She just know it's a 20-year-old nigga touching my daughter. I'm about to kill you. Now, again, had she planned it better, she might have gotten off, but she didn't plan it the right way. So now you have premeditated murder, and it's crazy. And again, a lot of y'all are different up in here. I see a lot of you guys' comments. Some of y'all saying, my daughter, he out of here. Some of y'all saying, nope, you know what I'm saying? It's definitely premeditated. It's murder. It's a whole lot of y'all in here. Yeah, nigga was 20 in the 9th grade. Apparently, this is somebody else said in here. I don't know if that's true. I didn't check that fact, but I'm gonna believe you. I think it was, who was that? Lester Ingram said that. One of y'all said that. 20 in the 9th grade. It said he was probably easily influenced. That young lady doesn't even look 13. She could have passed for 16 easy. Oh, okay. So yeah, man, it sucks. It sucks. That kid, man. I don't think he should have died the way the whole scenario went down. The daughter, she's doing this with a bunch of them. So she, you know, yeah, it's just messed up, man. So that's it for that one. Last thing I got real quick. I've been talking about this Odyssey thing in a minute, and the Odyssey came out last week. So the Odyssey's come out since we talked about it, and it's got a lot of mixed reviews. A lot of movie nerds are shitting on it because they don't think that it's historically accurate. Oops. They don't think it's historically accurate. Hold on. Then the regular people don't seem to love it. Most people are saying this got like 90-something% on Rotten Tomatoes, both by the critic and the audience. So a lot of people think, or the movie people, the historians and stuff like that, they think this is a bad thing because they think woke has won. It's succeeding. And if woke succeeds, then you're going to have much more of this shit. Now, again, this to me is breaking the myth of white supremacy. and that white people just ran every goddamn thing. They were everywhere around the world in history, and they had all this goddamn power over everybody in history. It's bullshit. But again, history is told by the winners. So what most people believe is that, and I showed this last week. Remember, I showed you how the Guggenheim Foundation and the Carnegies, they had control over international education. They brought all, and this is Norman Dodd. He talked about how when they audited these foundations, one of the foundations, I think it was the Carnegie or the Guggenheim, and they had an endowment where they would fund scholars to promote the bullshit that they wanted to promote. So they said, go find me a bunch of scholars who will come in and re-educate and recontextualize information in America the way we want it contextualized. And so they had some people that said no, but a lot of people said yeah. And some of those people were the starts of the Smithsonian. So a lot of people don't know that the Smithsonian, when they happened upon a whole bunch of Aboriginal villages, when they first got here, they found a whole bunch of artifacts, and they took those artifacts, put them on a boat, and they dumped them in the middle of the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. This really happened. So most of the stuff about indigenous and Aboriginal people who ran this country, you won't know, because they took all the artifacts and dumped most of them, or a lot of them. They couldn't dump all of them. So we still have a whole lot here. But so now, again, there's a big backlash thinking that a bad movie, or a movie that's promoting what they call blackwashing, blackwashing, like all the motherfucking movies, white people y'all put in movies, taking the place of all kind of ethnic groups. Now all of a sudden you're talking about some blackwashing. So I found this one scholar though, this little kid, his name is Generation Z Historian. Check this cat out. Check this kid out. He's off the chain. Again, his name, go check him out. Go check his channel out. He's breaking this shit down. Shout out to him. Again, his name is Generation Z Historian. And if I can find his right here. So check this out. He brought in a whole bunch of Greek scholars, and we're not gonna watch the whole thing, obviously, because it's like an hour. But I suggest you go to his channel and watch this documentary. Again, his channel is Gen Z Historian, and he did an excellent job on this video. If I can ever get it to play. Yeah, dang it. So I want to break this stuff down, because he brought some stuff out in this movie and in this breakdown here that I was like, oh.
This is Lupita Nyong'o, who will be playing Helen of Troy in Christopher Nolan's 2026.
So not only was Helen of Troy most likely black in these goddamn writings, which they don't tell you, they break down how the writings are a bunch of piece writings put together by a whole bunch of people over hundreds of years. And some of the descriptions of Helen of Troy was she was black. Not only that, this is why Christopher Nolan did this. He went and did a super deep dive on the actual history of ancient Greece and Mycenaean, because he said this is supposed to be the Mycenaean period. The Mycenaeans. He said this in this movie. This is supposed to be the period of Mycenaeans. So he knows. He's went back and he's done a deep dive into the history of ancient Greece and all those places over there, the Mediterranean, and he knows, oh, this shit wasn't white. But he couldn't come out and totally say it was all black over there. So he had to just pepper jack some niggas in through the movie, because he knew. You see what he did when he just pepper jacked some niggas in there. You see the backlash he got. Had he put some real niggas in there doing that shit, the movie would have been destroyed. So he had to just pepper jack them all over the place, right? But this is why he did this movie like this, because he was working on the real history that they found. So again, the writings say that not only Helen of Troy, she most likely was black, but Homer, not Homer, but what's homeboy's name in the Odyssey? The nigga who doing the goddamn what's the nigga name? Odysseus. Odysseus is fucking black. The motherfucker who's the whole goddamn story is written about, he's black. Twice in the story, they call him Melanocroy. Melanocroy is black. But in the books, in the translated books, they try to call him tan. but for the same word they use for tan, this is the new translation, they use it for dark black for his squire. He has a squire who's dark black, and they use the same word, melanochroi. They translated one for Odysseus as tan, but for his squire as dark black. And then in another part of the epic, he's telling his wife, because he gets turned into a white person. And in the story, apparently white is synonymous with being poor. The poor class. Having melanin is being associated with being upper class, noble. This is crazy. This little kid break this down, this whole shit. This is why you need to go watch this goddamn documentary. Odysseus is black, so while he's turned white, he's white in disguise. He goes to his wife and he tries to tell him, "Hey, girl, I'm really black," and she don't believe him. She's like, "Get the fuck out of here." He's like, "Nah, bitch, I'm black." He's like, "Bitch, hey, let me show you something. Let me pull these pants down. Let me show you how black I am." So apparently he's black and trying to tell his wife he's black, and she don't believe him. Like, nigga, you ain't my husband. I know my husband, nigga. So this is crazy.
Movie, The Odyssey. And this is Diane Kruger, who played Helen of Troy, and Wolfgang Peterson. This is Lupita Nyong'o, who will be playing Helen of Troy in Christopher Nolan's 2026 movie, The Odyssey. And this is Diane Kruger, who played Helen of Troy in Wolfgang Petersen's 2004 movie, Troy. If you've been following any news about Nolan's new movie, it's impossible to miss the hundreds of posts putting these two actresses side by side. And they very often deliberately include images of Nyong'o in her role in 12 Years a Slave, where she plays an enslaved woman and is dressed down and without makeup. And these side-by-sides have been created with one clear message, that Helen of Troy, the most beautiful woman in the world according to the myth, should be played by a white actress, not a black one. Now, this is far from the only critique of the movie online. People have commented on the accuracy of the costumes, the oversaturation of A-list celebrities, and the designs of the set pieces, to name just a few things. But nothing has been as widespread and ferocious as the backlash to Lupita Nyong'o's casting, specifically because of her race.
Apparently, conservatives are freaking out over Christopher Nolan's casting choices.
To cast Lupita Nyong'o in that role is to distract away from the story. It's to undermine the story.
You don't have to like Bridgerton and Hamilton, everything. So we get Eleanor of Detroit.
I mean, you might as well make Helen of Troy Chinese.
Like, I'm sorry, you're gonna call me a racist. I don't care. But like the most beautiful woman in the entirety of the world.
Now, the underlying idea is simple.
Yes, you pale girl. Yeah, you pale yeah, you pasty ass bitch. You goddamn right. The most beautiful woman in the entire world. You goddamn right. The woman that you came from. See again, this motherfucker, this pale ass. You think that white people are the epitome of beauty in the world? Are you insane? When all you white motherfuckers out on the beach trying to get tan, get the fuck out of here. All you doing is trying to get black. But then when somebody actually points the camera and says, "Yo, this is the most beautiful woman in the world," which is true, black women are. They come in all different sizes and shades. So now all of a sudden, no, that's not true. Fuck out of here. So, pasty ass.
Helen of Troy is a character in a Greek myth. And because it's a European country, Helen of Troy should be white, just as all ancient Greeks were white. And on the flip side is the implication that, of course, there were no black people in ancient Greece, and therefore this casting choice is a woke, ahistorical insertion. Well, the only issue with this line of thinking is that it's wrong. The idea for this video came to me when I was exploring the ancient Greece wing in the Museum of Fine Arts right here in Boston. It was a cup with the unmistakable face of a black person. And guess what? It was over 2,000 years old. This led me down a rabbit hole. I reached out to professors who studied the ancient world, and what they told me was fascinating.
The Greeks did inhabit a world that was pluralistic and multi-ethnic.
In the Odyssey, Odysseus' skin color is said to be melancholy black.
See, I love how they got a sister historian in here to really break this shit down.
And multi-ethnic.
Listen to what she
said.
said.
Told me was fascinating.
The Greeks did inhabit a world that was pluralistic and multi-ethnic.
In the Odyssey, Odysseus' skin color is said to be melancholy black.
In Odyssey, Odysseus' skin color is said to be melancholy, which is black.
Pluralistic and multi-ethnic.
In the Odyssey, Odysseus' skin color is said to be melancholy black.
As far as I can tell in the film, is much more visually representative of what an ancient Mediterranean world would look like.
Not only was the ancient Mediterranean more diverse than we were ever taught, but the reason that we think of it as so homogenous and white is more nefarious and sinister than you might imagine.
The Germans had this notion that the Greeks were sui generis. There was something about them genetically and linguistically that made them capable of doing things no other people had done before.
So you have in this early 20th century what I would consider to be a really dangerous partnership. So the eugenicists are like, this is the science of it, and you just have to look at Greece and Rome.
And it became really a core sort of intellectual antecedent.
Michelle, I got 18 aggressive signs, girl. When they piss me off like this, and I've been hearing this for the longest now. I've been pissed for so long because they keep talking about Lupita Nyong'o is ugly, and they keep trying to show her in that slave picture. When we all know Lupita Nyong'o is gorgeous as hell. That super beautiful melanated sister with them beautiful ass teeth and them cheekbones and them eyes. Are you insane? And so they keep talking about that and be pissing me off. So I'm so glad I found this little young melanated scholar called Generation Z historian who found some other historians breaking this down on how Odysseus and Helen of Troy was actually black. This is awesome. Shout out to this little young dude right here. Can't calm down, Michelle.
To what we understand as, Nazi Aryanism, white supremacy.
Now let's get into the question. Can a black woman play Helen of Troy? Now, many people online are acting as experts in the Odyssey, but for this video, I wanted to reach out to someone who actually studies this for a living. So I started out with Dr. Joel Christensen, a professor of classics and provost of the CUNY Graduate Center. First, I want to start with the basics. What even is the Odyssey?
So the Odyssey is two things that I'll talk about. One, there's the story that involves Odysseus and his travel home, and the other is the way that story is transmitted over time, which is an epic poem. So let me start with the story. The Odyssey is the story of a warrior's return home from a prolonged war, and that warrior is Odysseus. He has come home after 20 years, and he's been gone because he went to fight in the Trojan War, which was fought for the sake of Helen, who left her husband in Greece, joined up with the Prince Paris in Troy, and caused a conflict that famously lost 1,000 ships. Odysseus joined that conflict, fought for 10 years, and then suffered for 10 years to get home to his wife Penelope and his son Telemachus. And when he gets there, after all his trials and travails, he finds that suitors have besieged his home, and he has to sneak in alone so he can finally return as king of Ithaca, husband of Penelope, and father of Telemachus. When the story of Odysseus was first told, it was told in episodic performance as a type of song, and it was performed in different contexts, at festivals in Greek city-states all over the Greek-speaking world, in honor of the gods, and even in small sort of dinner party type atmospheres. And these songs eventually were performed in a monumental performance by multiple singers that made the leap to the texts that were edited into the forms that we translate today.
And of course, what followed next was, who wrote the Odyssey? Dr. Christensen said that originally it was passed down verbally, but according to general knowledge, it was written down by a guy named Homer, who's referenced in almost every video about this topic. As such, many people have grounded their attacks on Nolan's casting on the foundation that it was not accurate to Homer's texts and vision. But who even was Homer?
Who is Homer is a question I often get. And it's one that may be designed to drive a Homerist like me absolutely insane. Because the truth of the matter is we can't answer the question simply. The first answer is a traditional one from antiquity. And that's that Homer was a blind singer or poet who lived in ancient Greece, perhaps around 9 or 800 BCE or earlier. The problem with that traditional biography is all of our evidence is sort of contrary. The evidence about where Homer comes from places him at like 17 different geographic locations, very different periods. And then the additional evidence of ancient scholars and peoples receiving and talking about Homer makes it even more complicated. So the more complicated answer is that Homer's an idea. And when it comes to the way
Homer ain't even real. Did y'all hear that? Homer is an idea. He's not even real. So they keep talking about the historical accuracy of what Homer wrote, a person who not even real. They even think Homer might be a woman, which is crazy. So for somebody who ain't even real, you got all this historical whiteness that Homer was espousing in his book when Greeks didn't even give a shit about race. They didn't designate each other by that. Race, the skin tone was designated, meant whether you were man or male or female. If you were depicted lighter, that's because you was a female. Darker people, the darker people were males. It was gender. Had nothing to do with your class. So now Homer may not have even been real.
Homerists talk about this, the idea has two really different shapes. One is that Homer is a cultural idea, a cultural authority for the Iliad and the Odyssey that represents more or less values that many Greeks in the classical age would have recognized as their own or actively espoused. And so Homer, in this sense, is sort of a catch-all name for what we call pan-Hellenic poetry, the culture of epic. On the other hand, Homer can also be said to stand in for whoever it was at the end of an oral tradition who helped the Iliad and the Odyssey make a leap from performance song culture to the textual tradition that we have.
When we get the Odyssey now, when most people get it, it's in a translation. An English translation like Daniel Mendelssohn's or Emily Wilson's is made from a Greek text that's actually been edited for 2,000 years. And our best evidence is that monumental performance of the epic was performed in a festival context, so sort of ritual, competitive context where people are honoring the gods, by multiple singers taking turns with different parts of the story. And so what we think happened is at one of these events, or perhaps multiple versions of these events.
Sorry.
There was some sort of dictation taken down. This dictation was turned into versions of the text that we have today, and that those versions were edited together into what's called the Vulgate, or the common text, that eventually made it to the hands of Byzantine manuscript editors that formed the core of the Greek text we translate today. So the Odyssey has a complicated textual history. That means we have to take seriously the variety or variation in form that you get from an oral tradition.
I'm gonna speed on past the Homer part.
Walls where Helen and Priam and Tenor, a Trojan leader, are looking at the Greek leaders and describing what they look like. And so Odysseus is described there as being shorter and unimpressive in comparison to Menelaus until he starts speaking. In the Odyssey, he's constantly being described differently, but most of the time the quality is not clear. The best description of his body that we get is when Athena is making him look old to go into disguise in book 13. She withers his skin and hair, she makes his eyes look darker, and she basically makes him look older. Elsewhere, we just hear that he looks bigger and shinier and maybe like a god, but with the exception of someone saying his hair looks woolly or his eyes are bright, you don't really get any firm descriptions of what he looks like.
One of the challenging things about
Yes, you
the
do.
appearance of Helen in Homer is we don't hear much about what she looks like at all. We hear that she looks wonderfully like a goddess, or terribly, depending on how you translate it.
What we find in the Iliad is that Helen is so beautiful that people stop and look at her and say, oh my goodness, I guess it wasn't such a bad thing that Paris brought her here and we had this whole war over her. But you also get for Helen sort of some generic epithets for women,
like having white or smooth arms, which can be about not being out of the sun, or depilation, hair removal from arms. But the other things that people say about what Helen looked like come from different genres. And so she's often described as being xanthé, or light-haired, or kyanide, or cyanide, which is blue-eyed. But these color terms are more complicated than they seem, and they also don't come from the Homeric tradition. So I'll start with first where they come from. They generally come from lyric traditions, of poetry that's sung, that tends to be much more about the values and ideas of local populations, like in the island of Lesbos, where Sappho's from, or from, say, northern Greece or some other place. And so they don't really translate into the same sort of universal appeal that epic does. And the second thing is that Greek color terms are notoriously sort of dodgy. We don't know if they can translate into color terms in the modern day. They often seem to be about texture, but finally, they're also about contrast. So a term like xanthé can mean light-haired, but it means light-haired in contrast to what the dominant hairstyle is in the area, right? So if everybody's hair is black and your hair is brown, you could be xanthé. Or if everybody's hair is brown and yours has a light red tinge to it, you're also xanthé. And so the appearance of Helen, when people talk about her looking this way or that, they're selecting from a bunch of sources that don't actually go together. They're making sort of a composite figure. They're Frankensteining.
It's Franken Helen. It's Franken Helen. These niggas are piecing together a whole bunch of shit telling her, oh, she's the most beautiful. That nigga ain't no damn description of her. No actual description. But no, white folks, you're ruining our history. White people think they really got a history.
Helen, based on their own selections.
The Homeric epic, like any good novel or song today, will only describe a difference in appearance if it's significant for the character. So that's why we hear that Ajax is really big, Achilles is like the most beautiful of the Achaeans.
Let me get to the other scholars breaking it down, because they really talk about it more so than him.
You know, like,
we're going to get to the other scholars.
On purpose. Helen is the most beautiful without specific facial features attached. These were traveling stories told so that any listener can insert themselves inside. And the story meant to belong to so many people was never meant to be gatekept to just one look. But perhaps what was even more surprising is that in some of the few instances where physicality was important, some of these characters were actually described as black skin. This was brought up by Dr. Jackie Murray, associate professor in the Department of Classics at the SUNY University at Buffalo.
In antiquity, we get the use of black skin to describe people in the ancient world. And in the Odyssey, it shows up twice. So melankrois or melania, words that mean black. So we get melanin from the Greek.
So that's where you get, again, yes, melanocroi, melanin, all means black. Yep. Same word you get melanin means melanin. Same word we get melanin is the same word they use to describe Odysseus in the goddamn Odyssey. All right? Let's get this real, but the same word we use for melanin is the same word they use to describe Odysseus in the Odyssey.
Greek word shows up twice. So it's melankrois or melania, words that mean black. So we get melanin from the Greek word for black. You know, it can be melas, black, or melankrois, black skin. These terms that have to do with blackness. In the Odyssey, Odysseus' skin color is said to be melankrois, black. And what's important about Odysseus too is that his skin color changes in the Odyssey. He changes from black to white. And guess what? When he changes from black to white, he's actually going from being the hero as the black figure to the white beggar in the stories. When he's disguised.
Yo, did you hear that? He goes from being the black hero to the white beggar. Yo, let's get this shit popping, bitch. Y'all want to motherfucking bring up some goddamn history? Let's do it. Let's do it then, goddamn it. Y'all want to bring up some goddamn history? Let's do it. He goes from the black hero to the white beggar.
This is the beggar. He's the black figure to the white beggar in the stories. When he's disguised as the beggar, he's actually said to be pale and pasty and all the language that goes with white skin. Whereas when he's the, dashing hero made to be more beautiful, he's black skin.
Don't worry.
Did y'all hear that? When he's pale, pasty, and all the other bullshit, he's the white beggar. When he's beautiful and everything else, he's black. This is in the story of the Odyssey that they're crying about Black Helen of Troy, y'all. Do you see how fucked up they are? This is straight bullshit, man. This is the PsyOp. They wanted this racial backlash. They know no one was going to go back in history and do the actual history and find out that Homer wasn't even real, that Odysseus was really black. Helen of Troy, she had no actual description. She could have been more so melanated than anything else. They're not gonna tell you none of that. Just want you to get pissed about it.
We'll get back to Helen, but I was just so shocked to hear that Odysseus was described as black-skinned in the original story. The specific passage is found in book 16 of the Odyssey between lines 172 and 5.
He's black skin.
Don't worry, we'll get back to Helen, but I was just so shocked to hear that Odysseus was described as black-skinned in the original story. The specific passage is found in book 16 of the Odyssey between lines 172 and 176. You can see the specific word used here, melanchroius. The specific issue that Professor Murray brings up is that translators often insert their own racial bias in how they substitute Greek words for English ones. For example, the popular 2017 Emily Wilson translation translates melanchroius to tan when used for Odysseus, but black when used for a servant character.
Now, did you see that? This is the white chick. This is the white chick who wrote the movie, who wrote the book that they just translated this movie for, right? This is the movie. The movie you have right now is translated from this book. In one part, she called Odysseus.
Emily Wilson translation translates melanchroius to tan when used for Odysseus.
Tanned for Odysseus, just tan. And then look, when she goes to the slave, well, he's not a slave, they was more so his squire.
Yes, but black when used for a servant character named Euripides.
Euripides. His name is Euripides. Or no, excuse me, Eurybates. His name is Eurybates. Not Euripides, but Eurybates. So he's called the squire. And they don't necessarily call him a servant. They say, well, a squire is a servant, I guess. So they say the squire, the servant, is Eurybates is black, but they use the same word for him and Odysseus.
One of the things that we have to do as a classicist, as someone who's working with ancient Greek and Rome, is, of course, you have to translate the text from the original language. And that means oftentimes you're at the mercy of whoever constructed the dictionary. Translators who, I guess, not worried about racial implications, or maybe they are worried about the racial implications, have a lot of anxiety when it comes to translating black skin in antiquity. Because to them, it means racializing them as black and then making visible black people in the ancient world. With the Odyssey, what you have is one time he's identified as black is when he's being transformed by Athena. Another time, which is really important, is when he's talking to his wife.
She said when he's being transformed by Athena. Athena turns him black in the story.
Transformed by Athena. Another time, which is really important, is when he's talking to his wife. He's disguised as the beggar, so he's white and pasty, talking to the wife, and he describes himself in his normal state as black with curly hair. And then he compares himself to another well-known, everybody's okay with being black hero, Eurybates, who shows up in the Iliad and the Odyssey. And he's black, and everybody's okay with him being black because he's also said to have curly hair. So we've got the quote-unquote Negro, and Odysseus comparing Odysseus to the, and saying that they look exactly the same, except for their height. But apparently, translators just can't handle that. Eurybates, it's okay to translate him as black, but with Odysseus, he's got to be tanned or ruddy or swarthy or something else, right? Something else. Tanned, I think, is the worst translation because of the fact that it implies that he's normally white. If you're going to go with swarthy, then he's swarthy all the way, and so is Eurybates. Right? Like you can't just pick and choose who you want to be swarthy versus who you don't, because you're adding a layer of modern interpretation that I think is not fair to the text. But in fact, I think what we're dealing with is just somebody from the Mediterranean who may be darker than the average Greek guy and has curly hair.
No, you're dealing with Africans. You're dealing with Africans. Greek, dude, do y'all know that Greece is closer to Africa than Dallas is to Houston? Y'all know that? or it's either Dallas is to Houston or Dallas to Austin. It's one of the two. But Greece is closer to Africa than Dallas is to either Austin or Houston. But they act like no niggas would have ever traveled from Africa and been over there in fucking Greece, tapping the hell out of Greek yoni. Come on now, you niggas. Come on now, we know about niggas today. Do you think any nigga who would be that close to some foreign yoni and wouldn't get over there and start tapping? Come on, man. Come on, bro. This is bullshit. So y'all go look at the rest of this because they really break it off about the whole thing, about the history. It's really a dope video. Shout out to this kid right here, man. This kid is again, he only has 5,000 subscribers. This little kid only got 5,000 subscribers, or close to 6. Gen Z historian, but he put together an awesome video breaking down the history of the Odyssey and the true, what they were truly saying about the descriptions of the people within it. Now, I only looked at this to see about to see what she was going to say, or he was going to say about Athena. I mean, not Athena, but Helen of Troy. I didn't know he was going to say Odysseus was black. Nigga, what? Odysseus is black? Oh, nigga, we riding on him now. We about to ride on every goddamn Caucasian motherfucker in here. Nigga was described as Melancroy. Melanocroy. That is the word. That is the Greek word. So whenever you meet up with somebody arguing about this shit, say the word that was used to describe Odysseus in the book was Melanocroy. And that means black. So we ain't taking none of your bullshit. We ain't taking none of your bullshit. So they were all black. They were all black. But goddamn, oh man, I've been in here goddamn 4.5 hours already. Goddamn, man. Why didn't y'all tell me I was in here this long? I started early just so I can get out of here early. And goddamn it, I messed that up. So that's it for me, man. I'm out of here. Thank you, everybody. Thank all my moderators and the people for hitting the super chats. Did I miss anybody? Corey, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash out.
May the force be with you.
Let me see if did I miss anybody? Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Darius Foster, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash out,
May
bro.
the force be with you.
And everybody else who hit the cash app, Broderick Enoch, everybody else if I missed anybody. Also, make sure you get out there and get the Great Book of Melanin Research, people. This is how you support the Great Book of Melanin Research right here. Bam. Get the whole police stop law package with it. Got to order the hard copy, though. Bam. Get the whole police stop law package for free. This is over $200 worth of stuff, you guys. Again, I don't make really any money when I do this for you guys. I need you to have the knowledge, though. I need you to have this information. So you get the Know Your Rights manual. And boom, the brand new public official bonds book right here. Bam. That shows you where all of the municipalities that have turned themselves into insurance companies. I found them. All the counties, cities, and states that have turned themselves into insurance companies so that they can hide their public official bonds and insurance. I found them all. They're in that new book. So you get that right there. Constitutional rights card. Right there, either one of those. The qualified immunity card, it wouldn't upload today, so I can't show you, but you get the qualified immunity card with the notice here. You get all of that. Plus, as you can see, you get the flashcards, police stop flashcards 1 and 2, and you get a free t-shirt as well. So boom, that's enough. That's a whole lot of stuff right there. I still don't make any money on this. I'm telling you when I'll do this. Again, though, I know you guys, a lot of people like the shirts. I need you to have the police stop law package, the information. So I will do this gladly so that you can have the information. But again, you have to support. So realnagas.com, get out there and support. Appreciate you guys for doing that as well. Make sure you get over to KYRF.org. Sign up as a volunteer. If you want to learn these laws for free, we are teaching you for free. So don't disrespect our time. Don't act like we'll be doing this all the time and you'll be able to get around to this whenever. We may not. I'm one of them niggas. I do stuff and I'm an Aries. That's any Aries. Aries do shit and then all of a sudden they just don't do it no more. Just out of nowhere. Just, all right, I'll move on. Aries a cardinal. That's what cardinal signs do. Cardinal signs will be doing some shit one day, and next time, boop, I'm out. So y'all better hurry and get in here, especially when I'm here. Know Your Rights Foundation will still be here. I may not be teaching it, is what I'm saying. KYRF still be here. I may not be. So you want to get in here while I'm here, you better get your ass over here. Again, kyrf.org/volunteers. Sign up. Make sure you fill out the questionnaire we send you, send it back, and look out for the interview email that we send you. And make sure you send that back. And again, we only want motivated people. We only want people who pay attention to detail, who are disciplined, or who want to be disciplined. I mean, you may not be disciplined now, but if you want to be disciplined and this is your first step into that, we'll take that as well. But we don't take no bullshit. You come in here with your old ways, your old procrastinating ways, your old not participating ways, your old just sitting around on your ass ways. We're not dealing with that. Stay your ass at home. Don't come over here and fuck with us, because our time is very, very, very strict, very minimal. And so the time we give to this stuff, it has to be worth something. So don't waste our time is basically what I'm saying. So appreciate you. Thank everybody for hitting the super chat, cash apps, and everything else. I'm out of here. Holler at you next week. Deuces.
Real Nagas, tap in.